2.2 3707 and 2.2 3701.1 of the Code of Virginia. A few housekeeping notes. Please mute your mics if not speaking. Note that if you're on the Google Meeting, you can use the closed captioning function. If you're on the phone only, *6 is mute and unmute. Every vote will be a roll call vote, and the meeting is being recorded. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kyle. Could you kindly call the roll of the members of the board, please?
Mr. Abbasi.
Present.
Ms. Cotton.
Here.
Ms. Dewey.
Here.
Ms. Elrod. Ms. Elrod. Mr. Farrell.
Still me, he's here.
I'll come back. Then Mr. Friedman.
Here.
Mr. Gregory.
Here.
Ms. Halleck. Ms. Halleck. Mr. Jackson.
Here.
Miss Abby Johnson.
Here.
Mr. Keith Johnson.
Here.
Miss Monique Johnson.
Here.
Mr. Maringoff.
Here.
And Miss Shields. I'm going to go back to the beginning, check one more time. Miss Elrod. Mr. Farrell. Ms. Halleck. Ms. Shields. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Kyle. We'll proceed now with public comment. Please note that speakers will be limited to 2 minutes due to the number of speakers anticipated. There will not be an additional public comment period later in the meeting. If you would like to indicate your support of a previous speaker, you need not repeat your comments and may simply indicate that you support their prior statement. If you have not already indicated to Kyle Flanders that you wish to speak, please enter your name now in the chat box. We will begin by calling on individuals who previously indicated they wish to speak. Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to call the current speaker and then make note of the next 2 speakers so they can be ready. The first speaker of the day will be Admiral Ann Phillips. And after Ms. Phillips will be Carrie Sutton and then Steve Soak. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Admiral Phillips.
Good morning. Thank you, Kyle. Chairman Abbasi, members of the board, Director Johnston, thank you for the opportunity to provide comment in support of the Resiliency Subwork Group proposals for the 2018 Building Code Update process. My name is Ann Phillips. I am the Special Assistant to Governor Northam for Coastal Adaptation and Protection. I'm here this morning on behalf of myself and Secretary of Natural Resources and Chief Resilience Officer Matthew J. Strickler. We would particularly like to thank DHCD and Mr. Jeffrey Brown, who coordinated the efforts of this subwork group, and the subwork group members for their thorough and careful process, and commend them for the 11 proposals recommended for consensus approval. We would in addition most strongly recommend the board's favorable consideration and approval of 5 non-consensus proposals, which we believe are consistent with the Commonwealth's strong desire to increase resilience to natural hazards, flooding, storm damage statewide, as documented in Executive Order 24 and 45. The first proposal under consideration increases minimum building base flood elevation to +2 feet, which would bring Virginia into alignment with previously proposed national standards, which in fact the Department of Defense adopted in 2019. And as a reference, our own Executive Order 45 directs 3 feet above VFE for state-owned buildings, higher in sea level rise inundation areas. The second proposal adds requirements for the top surface of all floors of buildings to be elevated new construction buildings to be elevated 1 foot above the highest adjacent grade, strengthening resilience to flash flooding, now more common in Virginia. The third requires a power outlet to be installed as an option for a portable generator, providing safe and flexible solutions for property owners, particularly under revised FEMA guidelines under COVID-19, under extreme hazard circumstances. The last two proposals we understand are part of the 2021 I-Code revisions, and they will be reviewed in the next cycle. Nevertheless, we believe they add value and are worthy of consideration. In closing, all of these proposals serve to increase resilience and reduce risk for people and property in the Commonwealth. And as you consider this update and future updates, we urge you to consider, in addition to the recommendations of the board, best practices and lessons learned from fellow coastal states. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Carrie Sutton, and then the next two after that will be Steve Soak and Eric Kohler. Ms. Sutton.
Hello, my name is Carrie Sutton. I'm with the American Concrete Institute. Can you hear me okay? Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment in support of our code change proposal number 440 and 441, adding new section 1703.1.3.1 to the 2018 Virginia Uniform Statewide Building Code. These proposals do not add requirements above what is currently required by the IBC, but identify credentials critical to qualified personnel who are inspecting and testing structural concrete. Places them in the code where they're easily identified by the building officials required to approve personnel, as well as design professionals, contractors, special inspectors, testing personnel, and owners. Both proposals identify a list of credentials for those individuals performing inspections and testing of structural concrete. Our proposal 441 was jointly developed with the Washington Area Certified Engineering Laboratories and provides a comprehensive list for structural materials in a tabular format. Tables based on the Georgia Building Code as discussed in our reasoned statement, which we provided. Today, I ask the board to overturn Work Group 2 action and consider approving code change proposal 441, addressing qualified personnel. If the board opts not to approve this proposal jointly developed with WASL, ACI respectively requests that the board at least approve proposal 440 to help eliminate problems in testing and inspection and better safeguard the public without unnecessary additional construction cost delays. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Steve Soak. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing. And after him, we'll have Eric Kohler and TR Fluker.
Good morning. This is Steve Zook, also representing the American Concrete Institute. American Concrete Institute is a 501c3 professional society organized to develop products and services for the advancement of concrete technology and to safeguard the public. ACI is not a trade or product association and thus does not promote the use of concrete in lieu of other building materials. Our products and services are developed by volunteers, and our standards are developed using an ANSI accredited standards development process. ACI committees have developed and maintain over 250 documents, of which only 11 are designated as code requirements intended for adoption by reference in the building codes. You are probably most familiar with ACI 216.1 on fire safety, 318 on structural concrete design and construction, and 332 on residential concrete. ACI 562 is a relatively new repair code. Although ACI committees have produced documents regarding repairs for nearly 100 years, the membership identified the need for a standard because some structural damage is only cosmetically repaired and an inordinate number of repairs fail sooner than expected, not providing a confidence that structural concrete is repaired properly. ACI recommends overturning the committee recommendation and approval of proposal 442. Further, errors in sampling and testing of concrete due to persons not being qualified removes the confidence required that concrete will perform properly in new construction. And as Carrie Sutton already testified, we stand on our reasoned statements and recommend that either 441 or alternatively 440 the action by the committee, the work group be overturned and the committee approve those proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next speaker will be Eric Kohler, followed by T.R. Fluker and William Gaspar. Mr. Kohler.
Okay, thank you and good morning. My name is Eric Kohler and I am Director of Quality for Titan America. I'm here to speak about Proposal 441 for the Virginia Building Code on qualified personnel and testing and inspection. Our company manufactures and delivers ready-mix concrete, cement, and aggregates across Virginia. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Virginia Ready-Mix Concrete Association, which is a trade association representing 60 companies involved in the production and supply of ready-mix concrete. They work with design professionals, governments, homeowners, and business owners to provide high-quality concrete, technical support, and guidance on proper use of concrete. Our concrete is sampled and tested at the job site by inspectors to ensure compliance with project specs and the building code. Inspectors must follow strict procedures to sample concrete from trucks, test for fresh properties like slump and air, then fabricate cylinders, store them under precise conditions, first at the job site and at the lab, and finally test for strength. These inspectors are some of the most important people on the job site because they ensure the safety of our built environment for the public. However, the Virginia Building Code is unclear on the qualifications for these inspectors. Let me emphasize that the majority of testing companies and inspectors in Virginia operate with the highest integrity, precision, and adherence to standards. However, we do encounter improper testing that can significantly impact construction projects. Every year, we have multiple projects where internal testing indicates the concrete is in specification, but the inspector indicates otherwise. For example, the test cylinder is not stored at the right temperature or left for too long at the job site. Strength can be reduced by 15 to 25%, resulting in a failure. The concrete is not sampled from the concrete truck with the proper method, even larger reductions are possible. This triggers an extensive and expensive investigation to satisfy the engineer of record and the building official that the concrete is acceptable. We also need to over-design our concrete to account for potential improper testing, which ultimately increases cost. The ACI and others offer certification programs across the state that are outlined in this proposal, and we feel that this is a simple step to ensure the safety of our buildings and ultimately reduce project costs and delays. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll have T.R. Fluker, followed by William Gaspar and Tom Cohn. Mr. Fluker.
Good morning, board members. My name is T.R. Fluker. I serve on the board of directors for ACI's Virginia chapter. I'm a professional engineer with Schnabel Engineering in Richmond, Virginia, and have been working in the field of geotechnical and construction materials engineering for 20 years. I support approval of proposal number 441. As building construction becomes more complex and building designs become more efficient, it is increasingly more important to make sure the people inspecting and testing the structural components of buildings are qualified for this work. Concrete, in particular, is an element of construction that is critical to be properly evaluated. Properly performed testing prevents unsuitable concrete from being used or remaining in place in a structure, which protects all the parties involved, most importantly, the general public. Improper testing can result in good concrete being unnecessarily discarded, or even worse, poor concrete to be allowed to be used in a structure. Time and money are wasted when good concrete is discarded or poor concrete has to be removed from a structure. The worst case scenario is that unidentified poor concrete remains in place, shortening a structure's lifespan or creating a safety risk. In order for test results to provide valuable information for critical decision making, the tests have to be properly performed. Experienced certified personnel are in the best position to perform this task as they have the necessary training and qualification. The proposed change will establish a clear set of qualifications for inspection and testing personnel to abide by, and this will aid building officials in evaluating whether personnel are qualified to perform various inspections. These clear guidelines will raise the bar for individuals performing inspection and testing services and as a result, save time and money during construction projects and improve the safety of the completed structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have William Gaspar, followed by Tom Cohn, and then Keith Kessner. Mr. Gaspar.
Good morning. As a registered design professional engineer who serves on 4 ACI board committees and 4 ACI subcommittees, I also serve on the Virginia board of ACI, where I serve as director of certification. And as such, this is why I believe and know that 440 and 441 should be adopted. Today, I also want to talk about number 442 with respect to ACI 562. As a registered design professional engineer who has served on the ICRA 150 and incorporates ACI 562 within his design practices for concrete repairs. In addition to representing the Virginia chapter of ACI, I also believe that the adoption of ACI 562, the code requirements for assessments, repairs, rehabilitation of existing concrete structures by the Virginia existing building code, will establish a standard for both experienced and inexperienced engineers to follow to ensure the level of design is maintained for the public safety and cost-effective and efficient structural concrete repairs. Individual designers and engineer companies indicate their designs based on experience and standards set by professionals. ACI 318, the building code requirement for structural concrete, is a standard with all concretes designed. However, this standard is mostly incorporates only into new designs. When designing repairs with 318, the designer is searching or hunting for the proper repairs that would be required in 562. Most often it results in a judgment calls that increase safety factors, designs, and overall cost to the owner. In addition, this uncomfortable condition the designer is placed often results in them not taking on the project or forcing owners into a niche group of engineers, which also increases the supply and demand. Noting that, I recommend that the board review 562 for adopting ACI 562. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Tom Cohn, followed by Keith Kessner, and then AJ Rickle. Mr. Cohn.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for providing Wassel the opportunity to support Proposal 441. My name is Tom Cohn, and I am the Executive Director of Wassel. We are an association of engineering laboratories, inspection agencies, and building officials. Wassel represents more than 40 offices that offer construction observation and testing services that are located in Virginia. Wassel members contribute millions of dollars to the Virginia economy and are responsible for thousands of jobs. Setting minimum requirements for individuals assigned to provide construction observation and testing services is not new to the Commonwealth, nor unproven. Since 1976, yes, 1976, individual Northern Virginia jurisdictions have identified minimum qualifications such as those being proposed. The City of Alexandria, Arlington, Fairfax, Prince William, Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Fauquier counties, and the City of Falls Church, among others, currently have set minimum qualification requirements in their adoption of the code in their special inspection programs. And these requirements must be met in order to obtain a building permit and a certificate of occupancy. The reasons for these proven requirements proposed by Proposal 441 are: one, to establish baseline minimum competency that helps to ensure people assigned to projects have demonstrated the ability to perform the work. They make the job of building officials a lot easier and less stressful because they have a baseline standard that is universally recognized among all segments of the building industry. And finally, it lowers the cost of construction by eliminating potential for mistakes and having consistent baseline standards throughout jurisdictions in the Commonwealth. We thank you for this opportunity. We cannot stress more urgently the benefits that the Commonwealth, the construction industry, and the citizens of Virginia will receive with the adoption of proposed amendment 441. Thank you.
Next is Keith Kesner, followed by AJ Rickel, and then David Smith. Mr. Kesner.
Hi, my name is Keith Kestner with CVM Engineers, and I'm a registered professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Virginia and was the chair of the ACI committee that developed the ACI 562 standard. I am testifying in support of Proposal 442, and I would also like to address the comment from AIA Virginia that was opposed to the inclusion of ACI 562 in the Virginia existing building code. To better understand the comment from AIA Virginia, I would suggest that the committee review Section 502 of the Virginia existing building code and ask if it provides a design professional, sit in a design professional's chair and ask if that code statement provides sufficient information on the minimal requirements for evaluation of an existing structure or the design that's needed to develop repair solutions that are both durable and will protect the public. Does the Section 502 define what a damaged structure is? No. Does it provide any insight on minimum requirements for repair? No. And so what you end up with is repaired structures that numerous studies have suggested that 50% of them will fail when they're repaired consistent with the VCC requirements in a 5-year period, resulting in substantial additional cost to owners and potential unsafe conditions. ACI 562 is an approved ANSI standard that is consistent with the VCC in requiring repairs to restore structure to a pre-damaged condition in most situations. And you can read ACI 562 to find out more. But ACI 562 also significantly strengthens the process by providing a clear definition of damage, consistent procedures for evaluation of damaged structures, and specific requirements for both the structural and durability design of repairs. I therefore ask you to overturn the work group decision regarding Proposal 442.
Thank you. Next up will be AJ Rickel, followed by David Smith, and then William Penniman. Mr. Rickel.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Rickel, and I'm a senior structural engineer at Dunbar, Milby, Williams, Pittman, and Vaughn, located in Richmond, Virginia. And I'm speaking in support of Proposal 442. As a Virginia resident and registered professional engineer with experience in concrete repairs, I believe the adoption of ACI 562 code requirements for assessment, repair, and rehabilitation of existing concrete structures by the Virginia Existing Building Code will establish a uniform standard of care, improve public safety, and allow for more creative and cost-efficient structural concrete repairs. Because design guides such as ACI 562 have not been adopted by the building code, design professionals typically rely on experience, engineering judgment, and ACI 318, building code requirements for structural concrete, to develop structural concrete repairs that are in conformance with the building code. ACI 318 generally considers new construction, so repairs that conform with the provisions of ACI 318 can limit creativity and result in overly conservative, time-consuming, and costly repairs. Unlike ACI 318, ACI 562 specifically considers the construction and behavior of existing concrete structures, the building codes adopted at the time of design, and the material properties and strengths used at the time of construction. It is my opinion that the current standard of care for structural concrete repairs is established by individual design firms and is inconsistent throughout the design community. Design assumptions, engineering judgment, and professional opinions regarding structural concrete repair often vary between design professionals and firms. While ACI 318 is appropriate for new concrete construction, it is my opinion that ACI 562 is better suited for repairs to existing structural concrete elements and should be adopted by the Virginia Existing Building Code to establish a consistent standard of care, which will improve public safety while encouraging creativity and reducing repair costs. I recommend that this board overturn the committee's recommendation to disapprove the adoption of ACI 562 and vote to approve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have David Smith, followed by William Penniman, followed by Susan Stillman. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Kyle. Good morning, everyone. My name is David Smith. I'm speaking on behalf of Eaton as we encourage the Virginia BHCD to adopt the non-consensus item RTE 3902.161-18, which is located in book number 6 on tab number 4 at page 165. Eaton, if you're not aware, employs over 600 associates across 5 facilities in this particular Commonwealth, all representing the electrical division within Eaton. Eaton develops, manufactures, and sells safe and reliable electrical equipment, and these particular Virginians provide market-leading solutions used in general construction, performing to the highest standards of safety and reliability. Many of these products are installed in homes, commercial buildings, industrial facilities, and utilities in the state and across the country. I particularly have submitted to Mr. Flanders an overview document on the facts of arc fault circuit interrupter or AFCI technology, and I've requested Kyle to distribute this sheet to the entirety of the BHCD. Please let me know if that is has been happening. So this particular fact sheet goes into the detail of the history, fire statistics, and cost impact of the proposed change to remove the amendment to the Virginia Code that currently reduces fire safety in residential homes. So this particular current code requires AFCI technology only for bedrooms in the state, whereas the 2000 edition of the National Electrical Code includes living and laundry areas in dwelling units to be under the fire protection umbrella provided by AFCI technology. And there's a few facts that are going to be, I'm going to repeat today, that you can also find in this particular sheet. Number one being the USFA, the U.S. Fire Administration report came out in December 2018, volume 19, issue 8, titled Residential Building Electrical Fires for 2014 through 2016, noted a 22% reduction nationally between 2006 and 2017, which goes along with the adoption of AFCIs in the NAC. And there's a couple other statistics whenever it comes to the NIFRS data. I understand my time is limited here, but we urge the Virginia BHCD to adopt RT 3902.16.1.18. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have William Penniman, followed by Susan Stillman, followed by Eric Goplerud. Mr. Penniman. Mr. Penniman, are you on?
Sorry, I thought you were going to mute me. Good morning. I'm William Penniman. I'm going to several code amendments in the work group process, and I will stay on the line to answer your questions that if you have any during your deliberations. The 10 proposals I submitted or endorsed are supported both by their statements of reasons and in comments filed in June and September by Virginia-based organizations with over 30,000 members. Adopting these proposals will advance residents' welfare by making housing more affordable for all Virginians, particularly low and middle income residents, while reducing carbon emissions consistent with Virginia's climate goals. First, adopt the full 2018 IECC, including the envelope insulation and air leakage standards. All home builders inland implement those standards today at average home construction costs equal to or less than construction costs in Virginia. Virginian residents are entitled to no less. Treating Virginia quarter-way compromises as consensus measures distorts the term because it requires ignoring strong public support for full IECC compliance, as expressed in comments to the board and in our work group meetings. Second, the code should achieve additional immediate savings by requiring builders to select one of 4 additional efficiency measures from the 2021 IECC beginning in 2021, not 3.5 years later, if then, and by requiring installation of money-saving, energy-saving electric heat pumps as primary heat sources rather than less efficient alternatives. Third, require builders of new dwellings to rough in the wires or conduits for EV charging, rooftop solar, and future electrification. These are very low-cost measures at the time of construction, much more expensive later. They will help residents reduce their future costs and carbon emissions. Fourth, help residents who want zero net energy homes by adopting clear standards for zero energy and zero energy ready. Lastly, the Virginia law requires building codes to protect the health, safety, and welfare of residents, minimizing costs must nevertheless be consistent with recognized standards, such as the IECC or possibly Earthcraft or LEED, as recognized by the Virginia Housing Development Authority. With the climate crisis accelerating, maximizing energy efficiency and access to zero carbon energy is absolutely essential to protecting the public during the 70 years these new dwellings will be occupied. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Susan Stillman, followed by Eric Goplerud, and then Frederick Krimgold. Ms. Stillman.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the residents of homes and apartments in Virginia. Virginia's building code should be brought up to the 2018 IECC standards. People need to be protected from poorly insulated and expensive to operate homes. These residents will last for 7 decades or more, and they should be efficient from the beginning. They should be resilient and more comfortable while less expensive to operate. There's an equity issue in our building code and a mismatch in incentives. Landlords and builders cannot be counted on to voluntarily undertake efficiency upgrades because residents bear the energy cost, not landlords or builders. It's expensive to retrofit a home for efficiency. I know, I've done it. My home would benefit by insulation in the walls, but that's prohibitively expensive. On top of adopting the 2018 IECC code, there's a provision in the near final 2021 IECC that would allow builders to adopt one of the following measures: envelope insulation equal to 2021 IECC minimum envelope insulation, an ERI score equal to the minimum 2021 IECC minimum, more efficient HVAC equipment, or energy saving water heaters that would improve energy savings by approximately 5 to 10%. We need to protect Virginia's home purchasers and residences of apartments, and we need to put these things in place to achieve our climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Eric Goplerud, followed by Frederick Krimgold and Judy Geyer. Mr. Goplerud.
Good morning. I'm Eric Goplerud, Board Chair of the Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions, a nonprofit interfaith organization of more than 75 faith communities and 2,400 faith-based climate activists in Northern Virginia. We recommend adoption of E1301.1.1.1-18, the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, without exception for new residential construction. The current residential USBC energy efficiency standards are nearly 10 years behind the international standards. We urge you to adopt these changes. 1. Meet or exceed the 2018 IECC standards for floor, wall, ceiling, and fenestration insulation. And 2. Limit air infiltration to 3 air changes per hour or less, the IECC standard since 2012. Improving the energy efficiency of Virginia's housing stock supports the Commonwealth's energy policy and law. Governor Northam's Executive Order 43 explicitly recognizes that, quote, energy efficiency programs are the lowest cost energy option. The governor's order specifically calls for strengthening the Commonwealth's building codes. The Virginia Clean Energy Act, HB 1526, declares energy efficiency programs to be, quote, in the public interest. It requires the department to convene stakeholders to develop recommendations to reduce the energy burden for low-income Virginians. Virginia historically adopts the full IECC for commercial construction and multi-unit dwellings. When the residential energy efficiency standards were weakened in 2012, the department broke from the Commonwealth's past practice of adopting the IECC standards for commercial and residential construction. It's time for the department to make Virginia's residential codes consistent with the international standards and adopt the full 2018 IECC without alteration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Frederick Krimgold, followed by Judy Geyer, and then Ivy Main. Mr. Krimgold. Mr. Krimgold, you may be on mute.
Why don't we move on to the next person in the queue and then we'll come back.
Am I available?
Can you hear?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Apparently, the size of the call canceled my mic. I'm the former Associate Dean for Research and Public Service in the College of Architecture and Urban Studies at Virginia Tech, and the former consultant to the World Bank on building regulation for resilience. And I would like to fully endorse the comments of the previous speaker in suggesting that the proposal E.1301.1.1-18 be accepted by the board. Based on current research in climate change and building science, the International Energy Efficiency Code is a clear contribution to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Virginia. The contribution to health is in terms of the quality of indoor environments, both for heating and cooling. The contribution to safety is a clear reduction in the potential for climate change related disasters such as flood, hurricane, and storm surge. And the contribution to welfare is a reduction in energy cost, which would result from a small investment at the point of construction and gain returns over the approximately 70-year lifespan of residential construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Judy Geyer, followed by Ivy Main, and then Natalie Tien. Ms. Geyer.
Thank you. Climate change is no longer something that may happen to others in the future. It's already affecting the health, safety, and welfare of residents of the Commonwealth, as well as the rest of the world. But we can still reduce its impact by substantially cutting back the amount of greenhouse gases we release. The building code is critical to this effort. According to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, residential and commercial buildings account for almost 40% of carbon dioxide emissions in the U.S. We need to update our building code now to stop constructing inefficient new buildings with decades of excessively polluting life. The front end of the building process is when energy efficiency measures can most cheaply and easily be introduced, providing years of benefit to renters in terms of lower costs, and to the rest of us through reduced emissions. Regulatory changes are key. We can't rely on voluntary action by builders who are naturally incented to save money. This isn't evil, it's just normal business practice. It's exactly what regulation is intended to address by requiring builders to achieve a public benefit, even if it adds a small additional cost. Section 3699 of the Virginia Code requires this board to update the building code to ensure buildings are constructed in a manner that protects the health, safety, and welfare, of Virginia residents. The code allows for lower cost construction as long as it is consistent with recognized health, safety, and resource conservation standards. When the statute refers to recognized standards, it's referring to the most current recognized standards, not one riddled with exceptions that reflect standards from almost a decade ago. Things have changed a lot in the past decade. We know a lot more, and standards have evolved. The code needs to evolve too. At a minimum, the board should adopt the full 2018 IECC without any of the extremely outdated exceptions reflected in the current code. I'm also supporting two electrification proposals, RE 404.2 for electric readiness and RE 405.10 for electric vehicle readiness, both of which are based on the IECC, scheduled to go into effect next year. Continuing to allow buildings to be constructed that do not at least rough in the clean energy readiness contemplated by these two proposals will create a decades-long impediment to meeting Virginia's goals for cutting carbon emissions. Clean energy readiness eases the path for consumers' use of electric vehicles and appliances at a very minor cost to builders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ivy Main, followed by Natalie Pien, and then Kathy Hoekstra. Ivy Main.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. So my name is Ivy Main. I'm a resident of McLean, Virginia. When my husband and I put an addition on our house, I wanted the most energy efficient construction, but not having any expertise, I had to rely on the contractor and the housing code. I've been astonished to learn since that our code doesn't require the strongest possible efficiency standards, especially for things like wall insulation that can't be added later. That's why I think it's so important that Virginia adopt the full 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, and in fact go further to ensure that homes are ready for all the changes we will have to make in our buildings as we prepare them for the coming energy transition. The Commonwealth Energy Policy now sets a policy of 100% carbon-free electricity by 2040 and a net zero goal economy-wide by 2045. That means that starting now, the board has to consider the impact of every element of the housing code on the ability to meet our energy goals. Building homes to use as little energy as possible has to be the new normal. I support all of the energy saving proposals put forward by the Sierra Club and other advocates, as you heard expressed by Bill Penniman, Eric Galperud, and others. Given the short amount of time I have to speak, I'll just mention one. Homes in sunny areas should be wired for solar at the time of construction so that it's easy for owners to install solar panels in the years to come as they become an integral part of our energy supply. We will need much more distributed solar, and with costs falling, more and more homeowners will want them. Putting the wiring in place from the start costs very little, but may make the difference between someone installing solar and finding it too expensive and disruptive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Natalie Pien, Kathy Hoekstra, and then Bob Shippey. Natalie.
Thank you. Took me a little while to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Natalie Pien. I'm a member of several environmental organizations and serve on the board of directors of the Piedmont Environmental Council and on the board of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. In addition to the other speakers, there are two specific recommendations I'd like you to support. First, I urge you to endorse the E1301.1.1.1-18 to adopt the full 2018 International Energy Conservation Code and eliminate outmoded exceptions. This will continuously reduce energy bills for over 70 years. As you know, energy bills represent a higher proportion of income for low-income households, raising concerns about fairness. Supporting low to moderate income households is consistent with the Department of Housing and Community Development history of investing, quote, more than $100 million each year into housing and community development projects throughout the state, the majority of which are designed to help low to moderate income citizens. With your endorsements to adopt the full 2018 International Energy Code Conservation Code, Low-income communities will benefit, and Virginia will be helped to reach its climate goals. Second, please endorse electric readiness, RE 404.2, to require builders to provide electric panel space and either wiring or raceways for future wiring to locations near gas-fired water heaters, stoves, and clothes dryers. These costs are low when a dwelling is constructed, since walls are open when wiring is being installed. Electrification of every aspect of our daily life will be required to make the transition off fossil fuels to clean, renewable energy. According to a recent Yale study, 70% of Virginia residents are concerned about climate change and want the government to do more. As part of Virginia's government, this is your opportunity to do more. Give Virginians a level playing field when choosing between electric appliances or gas appliance. Eliminate the extra expense and inconvenience by requiring electric wiring to be included during construction. Electrification of every aspect of life, including how we cook, how we dry laundry, how we travel, must be powered by renewably generated electrical energy. Electric readiness is key for Virginia to reach its goal of net zero carbon by 2045. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathy Hoekstra, Bob Shippey, and Ross Shearer. Ms. Hoekstra.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Hoekstra. I'm an environmental activist, and I'm also happen to be chair of Alexandria's Environmental Policy Commission, but I'm speaking today in my personal capacity. So I want to, first of all, support the adoption of the IEEC 2018 standards. I think that would be terrific if we did that and actually went farther if that's possible. I also want to speak in favor of RE 403.1.2, the elimination of resistance as a primary heat source. Heat pumps, including mini splits, save residents money and energy in heating their homes, and they distribute heat more evenly. According to DOE, heat pumps cut space heating electricity usage by half compared to resistance heat, while also offering air conditioning and dehumidification in the summer. Adopting this proposal would yield a huge savings on heating bills, greater comfort, and large reductions on pollution from fuel combustion. Heat pumps have evolved to efficiently permit heating and cooling on a whole house basis or on a room-by-room basis. There is no good reason to saddle residents in new dwellings with higher cost resistance heat when much greater benefits can be attained with heat pumps. Nor should residents' heat be substituted when a heat pump is already being used in an existing building. So thanks very much. I appreciate your listening.
Thank you. Next will be Bob Shippey, Ross Shearer, and then Amy Bergner. Mr. Shippey.
Thank you. I'm Bob Shippey. I'm a resident of Henrico County. I really appreciate what the board is doing. It's a big agenda. It's a big responsibility. I do support all of the proposals that Bill Penniman put forward. I'll speak very briefly to a couple of them. In particular, E1301.1.1.1 through 18 that many have spoken about already is crucial for Virginia. It's really a no-brainer when you think about the fact that these standards are already a couple of years old. It's important that Virginia somewhat keep up to date with international standards. I know that this was not considered a consensus proposal from negotiations that happened several months ago, but I think we can all recognize that a lot has happened in the last several months, and more than ever, Virginians need this board to have their backs in terms of helping them with health benefits that would come from adopting these standards without any exceptions, and even more so, the easing of the utility burdens and the energy costs that would come from adopting these standards. So I greatly encourage you to adopt the 2018 international standards without exceptions. I really feel like that's sort of a baseline expectations from the way I read the law as well. The other one I'll just briefly mention is RE 405.10. This is to make sure that new construction is EV ready. I think you'll see proposals in the legislative branch and perhaps from the executive branch as well that will move Virginia relatively rapidly now to electric vehicles. It's very cheap to ensure that new buildings are ready for this. And I encourage you to support RE 405.10 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Rosh Shearer, followed by Amy Bergner, and then Timothy O'Mara. Mr. Shearer.
Thank you. I'm Ross Shearer. I have lived in Vienna for over 35 years. Virginia's Uniform Statewide Building Code exists to protect the users and owners of buildings from the indifference of deficient and outdated construction practices. It should do this by incorporating the most current criteria developed by the International Code Council's models. On page 63 of the document before you today is a desirable consensus to approve amendment to raise the attic insulation value to match the model's R49. You may not know that this proposal concedes to an indefinite delay in the adoption of the model's significantly more effective all-R value. I ask the board to leapfrog beyond this compromising arrangement by adopting the full 2018 model code as presented on page 57 by the proposed E1301 amendment. It is a non-consensus proposal from the work groups. When you review the other non-consensus proposals in tab 4, you will see that stakeholders, individuals, and other parties spoke or wrote about it, the benefits of adopting the proposed energy conservation amendments. The home builder stakeholders were typically the sole or principal sponsor among the small group of opponents, leading to the non-consensus outcomes. Their opposition accounts for why the stakeholders could not reach a unanimous verdict of consensus for approval. The model amendments are not just cost-effective, they're stabilizers of neighborhoods and families. Their adoption will increase resistance to mortgage defaults and enhance the resale values as Virginia and our nation transitions to a fully sustainable future, where inefficiency and fossil fuel dependence will be recognized as liabilities at times of future resale and mortgage application. Many of you are new to the board, so you bring a needed fresh perspective for considering the non-consensus proposals. To restate, I urge you adopt Andrew Grigsby's proposal E1301 on page 57. It will bring Virginia's building code into alignment with the model and remove all the weakening amendments introduced during the prior era of governance. Thank you.
I would just like to remind folks if they could just please, because we have a lot of speakers, keep the comments at 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Next will be Amy Bergner, followed by Timothy O'Mara, and then Kathleen Nawaz. Ms. Bergner.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my views this morning. I'm a homeowner and a 40-year Virginia resident and a member of the Virginia Grassroots Coalition. Like other speakers, I urge full adoption of the 2018 IECC. The existing code is many years behind those standards and needs to be modernized, consistent with the VCEA and other initiatives. Owners, residents, and many builders and related vendors are keenly aware of the benefits of improved energy efficiency. You can see this in advertising and marketing material and in the press and social media and other sources. Most importantly, full adoption of the 2018 IECC will lower costs overall, directly lowering utility costs and the associated costs of high utility bills, like evictions and shutoffs. Updated standards and more efficient buildings will also help to lessen the harmful, concerning, and costly impact of carbon emissions. Homeowners, builders, and residents will all benefit from adoption of updated standards. And I note that Virginians have more and more choices. For example, Maryland has already adopted the 2018 IECC, and even North Carolina ranks higher in energy efficiency measures than Virginia. This is clearly something our neighboring states can do, and we should too. I'd also like to endorse ERB 101, amending the code to clarify standards for claiming that construction qualifies as net zero or zero energy or similar terms. This provision wouldn't mandate anything. It would simply set standards for builders marketing dwellings as net zero. So there's a level playing field and residents and owners can be sure they're actually obtaining what's advertised. Net zero construction offers savings and resiliency, and residents should be able to rely on claims made, facilitated by a standard definition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Timothy O'Mara, followed by Kathleen Nawaz, and then Sharon Shuttler. Mr. O'Mara.
Hello, my name is Tim O'Mara. I'm a pediatrician in Springfield, Virginia, and I'm a member of Virginia Clinicians for Climate Action. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking to support fully adopting the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, and also to speak for the elimination of on-site combustion for primary space heating, E403 1.4. Virginia's governor and legislature have recognized that climate change is a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of Virginia's residents. I see Virginia's young residents and their families every day in my practice. They are my patients. I have families who have been forced to move from flood zones in Eastern Virginia as once-in-a-decade storms become annual events. I see patients whose asthma and allergies worsen as CO2 emitted from sources such as buildings contribute to rising temperatures and skyrocketing pollen counts. Adopting energy-efficient standards will save our residents money and decrease energy needs. Eliminating primary on-site combustion will save money and improve air quality. Buildings represent 40% of our overall energy consumption. It is past time that Virginia's builders take care of Virginia's residents, who are not only my patients, but also our neighbors, children, and our grandchildren, on whose good health all Virginians rely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kathleen Nawaz, then Sharon Shuttler, then Michelle Winters. Ms. Nawaz.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Nawaz. I'm a Virginia resident since 1983. I would like to express my support for, first and foremost, full adoption of the 2018 IECC for all of the reasons that you've been hearing this morning. If that's not accepted, I have a couple of specific provisions that I'd like to highlight. One is 40212, building envelope, and secondly, 402.412, limit air leakage filtration. These requirements are really inexpensive and they have short payback periods. The U.S. Department of Energy recently evaluated the same standards as the 2012 IECC on building efficiency and found that they would save money even when reflecting initial construction and borrowing costs. I also would like to support the EV readiness proposal, which is E405.10. EVs are growing and will continue to do so since EVs are coming down in price and are much, much cheaper to operate than our gasoline vehicles. I have an EV myself, and it's cheap, and and it's a lot of fun to drive. And it's, I mean, predictions are, I think, 20-30% by 2030, 35, something like that. The main thing I want to say on the subject is that, I'd kind of like for all of us to recognize that we're at a point right now where we're kind of at a time of reckoning in this country in so many ways and on so many levels. How we go forward reflects values and principles. And in the context of this meeting, I'd like to ask two questions. First, are we forward-looking or backward-looking? We heard today from so many speakers, starting with the first speaker talking about resiliency and the challenges that we in Virginia face with respect to resiliency. We have that kind of challenge. We have a lot of challenges ahead. Adopting the full 2018 building code will
Ms.
really—
Nawaz, I'd like to thank you for your comments. We're about 2 minutes, 20 seconds over already.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Sharon Shuttler, followed by Michelle Winter, and then Faith Harris. Ms. Shuttler.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I represent the Virginia Grassroots Coalition, a coalition of 50+ groups with thousands of members throughout the Commonwealth. Like other speakers, we urge the board to adopt the full 2018 IECC, which is E1301.1.1.1-18. Our coalition believes the need to undertake measures to reduce the impacts of climate change on health, safety, property, and the environment, and that this is critical to the Commonwealth. This concern has been certainly recognized by the governor through Executive Order 43, which you've already heard about. It's also been recognized by the General Assembly, which passed landmark legislation this past session, including the Virginia Clean Economy Act, Solar Freedom, Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. However, we believe that all sectors of the economy must take measures to address the threats posed by climate change. Construction of higher efficiency dwellings is one such crucial measure. Importantly, we also support this proposal because it will reduce energy costs for low-income residents and communities of color. Virginians who are burdened with disproportionately high energy costs because of poor energy efficiency in their residences. This fundamental issue of fairness has been further highlighted by the COVID crisis. In addition, we'd like to support the additional energy efficiency measure, RE 407.1.1. We ask the board to adopt this. This would require builders to select one of 4 measures, giving them choice to achieve energy efficiency through better insulation, more efficient heating and cooling equipment, or energy-saving water heaters. By providing maximum flexibility to builders, this provision is a win-win for the builders, homeowners, renters, and the climate. We'd also like you to support and adopt Proposal for Zero Energy Building. This proposal does not require builders to construct zero energy buildings. However, if they choose to market a home as zero energy, that home must meet mandatory requirements. Standardizing terminology avoids misleading advertising. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Next will be Michelle Winters, followed by Faith Harris, followed by Andrew Grigsby. Ms. Winters.
Yes, hello. My name is Michelle Winters, Executive Director of the Alliance for Housing Solutions in Arlington. I'm speaking in support of proposal RB 302.32-18 on accessory dwelling units. This is in book 6, tab 4, page 103. Arlington has had an accessory dwelling ordinance since 2008, and in the first decade that it was in place, only 20 units were created. We recently updated our zoning ordinance requirements to remove some of the obstacles that had been problematic, but most stakeholders involved knew that these zoning changes could only go so far because what was really causing the problem was the extensive building code requirements for separation between the main unit and the accessory dwelling that can drive up the cost of a renovation prohibitively. This tended not to be a problem when new homes were constructed from the ground up, but Arlington is a built-out community, so we needed something to work for existing homes. The average cost of a new home built following knockdown over the past 10 years, by the way, is $1.7 million in Arlington. So anything we can do to make the existing housing stock more flexible can not only provide new rental units, but it also can potentially reduce the incentives homeowners have for tearing down existing, more modest homes. The average rent on a 1-bedroom apartment in Arlington is over $2,000. And most of our new rental housing stock is in high rises that is much more expensive. So we need to open up single family owners to be able to have the flexibility to create accessory dwelling units. This proposal specifically adds flexibility to some of the separation requirements for full fire rated assemblies and HVAC systems only under 2 conditions. One, that the dwelling install a household fire alarm system compliant with NFPA 72, which is more extensive than a typical smoke alarm system, and that this system be interconnected so that it will trigger all the notification devices and alarms within both units in cases of a fire. We think this is reasonable and can be carried out in a safe manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Faith Harris, followed by Andrew Grigsby, followed by Nancy Najarian. Ms. Harris.
Hi, I'm Faith Harris, Interim Director for Virginia Interfaith Power and Light. We empower all faith communities across the state to achieve sustainable living. Our 4,000 members are among the many witnesses today to support the complete adoption of the 2018 IECC standards. The adoption of the complete international standards will help Virginia meet its carbon and greenhouse reduction goals. Adopting these standards will reduce the overall energy cost and burdens, helping stabilize costs for many Virginians, for homeowners and renters. The moratorium that we just experienced and that we're still in the middle of COVID-19 should create a sense of urgency for the building industry to find ways to help all homeowners across the state, homeowners and renters across the state, to stabilize their energy costs. We are recognizing more and more the importance of energy efficiency in meeting our greenhouse gas reduction goals across the state and across globally. And this is a perfect way and a perfect time for a revisioning and a rethinking of the way that we do business in the state. And we're hoping that with the full adoption of the 2018 IECC standards, that Virginia will continue to take leadership in the Southeast region as a leader, continue to be a leader, as we have with many of the bills and legislation that we've seen pass in the last year, General Assembly. So we look forward to a full adoption of the IEC standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Andrew Grigsby, followed by Nancy Najarian, and then Jonathan Morgenstein. Mr. Grigsby.
Good morning. Thank you. I speak to you today simply as a concerned citizen, not affiliated with any organization. I got my start in home building as a carpenter's helper, summers in high school in the 80s, and I've been involved in the construction industry in various ways ever since. I've had my own small business, worked in local government, led nonprofits, taught building science classes, consulted on new construction projects, and performed energy audits in many hundreds of homes, apartments, and commercial buildings. I first engaged in Virginia's code update process during the 2009 cycle and have participated in it ever since to promote cost-effective efficiency standards. You and this board have been given extraordinary power to direct a critical public policy in Virginia. Your votes on the building code will affect every Virginian, and your decisions today will stand for decades, centuries in some cases. You have in your group of non-consensus items a proposal, as you've heard, to require that Virginia adopt the 2018 IECC, the so-called Model Energy Efficiency Code, without weakening amendments. There's one key number here, $272. That's the average annual savings achieved by homeowners following the 2012 Model Energy Code. But the consensus proposals that you have before you would not even have Virginia reaching that 2012 Model Code. Now, as we face the worst unemployment since the Great Depression, I'm quite certain all the folks who are in homes built since 2012 would like to have had that couple $100 per year now. The main point of contention here is upgraded wall insulation. As a carpenter and entrepreneur, I know this is a significant change. I also know it's entirely achievable. We can replace equipment, appliances, etc. Upgrading walls later is prohibitively expensive. The lesson is simple, and to borrow from an old Billy Joel song, build it right the first time. That's the main thing. This is your vote. The proposal is a non-consensus one, yes, but it was a non-consensus vote 7 years ago when we took so much out of the 2012 code. And you can correct that now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Nancy Najarian, then Jonathan Morgenstein, and then John Catlett.
Good morning. This is Nancy Najarian. Thank you for having me have an opportunity to testify. I'm testifying on behalf of 3 items, but most importantly, I'd like to say this. I think we are at a juncture in our policy making and code making for the next generations. And I have heard often from young folks that if we don't get it right now, they're not going to have a chance to get it right for their grandchildren. I am first testifying on behalf of an adoption of the 2018 IECC codes. And as we know from other states and cities in the US, policy is most important. And if we lead the way with correct codes, we're going to get this energy efficiency right. So I adopt and endorse all that others have said, and I want to spend a little bit more time on two others, which is RE 403.1.2, which is to eliminate resistance as primary heat source. And those main reasons are it is a much more cost-efficient way of heating your home. They are now efficient enough that you can heat and cool a whole house or on a room-by-room basis. And I have personally experienced the use of them in a home where there is actually air conditioning, but where one of these units does a better job and a much less costly job. And so I believe we should adopt this and eliminate resistance as primary heat source. And it should not be substituted when a heat pump is already being used in an existing building, but also it is a very good reason for new residents to have this opportunity. The second one is RE 403.1.4, which is to eliminate on-site combustion for primary source heating. By doing this, Virginians will have the opportunity to have a lowered amount of air pollution and a lowered amount of harmful indoor air pollution, such as carbon monoxide and methane, that these can emit. Also, importantly, as we're looking at resiliency, this does not at all reduce the opportunity for
Ms.
resilience.
Najarian, I'd like to thank you for your comments. We're
Oh,
about.
I'm sorry. I didn't see I went so far. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. Next up will be Jonathan Morgenstein, followed by John Catlett, and then Walton Shepard. Mr. Morgenstein.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you? Okay. My name is Jonathan Morgenstein. I'm from Arlington, Virginia, and I'm advocating for full adoption of the IECC 2018 codes without exception, as well as I support the two electrification proposals that Judy Geyer articulated and the solar ready ones that Ivy Maines talked about. I'm a commissioner with Arlington County's Environment and Energy Conservation Commission. I'm chair of its subordinate energy committee, and but I'm speaking in my personal capacity. Climate change obviously is real with the wildfires in the West, hurricanes, and just a headline from literally today in the Des Moines Register is that 7.5 billion and counting. August's derecho that slammed Iowa was the most costly thunderstorm in American history. These are the impacts of climate change, and we're not going to be spared from it, and we owe it to our fellow Virginians and fellow Americans to do our part to help fix that. The Arlington County Community Energy Plan requires us to hit net zero by 2050, and we can only do that if we have stringent, stronger building codes. And I want to also note, with a keen awareness of our history here in Virginia and our forebears' roles in the legacy of racial inequality, that we carry a particular burden and responsibility to lead the efforts for more energy equity, more energy equality, and the impact that higher energy standards and energy efficiency codes will positively impact those with less economic means to meet their energy bills and meet their lifetime requirements, their sustainment requirements. And lastly, I'm not speaking on behalf of DoD, but I served 2 tours in Iraq with the Marine Corps, and the reality is that lower energy standards means higher consumption of fossil fuels, which translates to higher prices on the global markets for fossil fuels, and more money in the pockets of people like Vladimir Putin, who then use that money literally to hunt American troops in Syria and Afghanistan. Hiring and energy efficiency standards literally
Sir, I'd like
protects our
to
troops.
thank you for your
Thank
comments. We're about 25 seconds over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be John Catlett, followed by Walton Shepard, and then James Moss. Mr. Catlett.
Yeah, hi, my name is John Catlin. I have Catlin Code Consulting, and today I'm representing the American Wood Council on booster fuels. Two quick issues. One before you is B101-18 and FP101-18, which are dealing with mass timber construction. Just a few thoughts on that. Europe and Canada have been utilizing this material in buildings taller than traditional type 4 construction for quite some time. The University of British Columbia now has an 18-story residential housing building made entirely out of cross-laminated timber and glulam beams, or glulam beams and columns that meet a 3-hour fire resistance with additional fire-rated gypsum applied. This is the tallest mass timber building in North America. Over a 2.5-year period, ICC brought together a blue ribbon ad hoc committee to study the possibility of developing code proposals for mass timber and taller buildings. After over 25 different fire tests were conducted by NIST, ATF, and Southwest Research Laboratories, and hundreds of working group meetings were conducted looking at things like delamination, fire char depth, structural integrity, and fire performance, the proposals before you today have been developed to point to the code provisions that have been approved for the 21 International Building Code. The proposal passed by the IBC General Committee by a 13-to-1 vote and was approved by the ICC membership with over an 80% approval rate. Mass timber is environmentally friendly as the wood removes carbon continuously through the life of the building. It takes far less carbon to produce, and it is readily renewable resource which can utilize already fallen timber. The proposal before you is the result of collaboration between design professionals, construction industry, fire service, and fire protection experts. We just hope that if you have any questions on this as you get into your latter portions of your meeting, we'd be glad to answer them. Just a real quick mention on mobile fueling. Last year in the General Assembly, there was a bill put forward to remove the prohibition of mobile fueling. However, that was kicked back to the Department of Housing to have a work group meeting to discuss the fire safety concerns that might be with that. That meeting has been set for October.
Sir, I'd like to thank you for your comments. We're about almost 30 seconds over at this point.
Thank you. Next will be Walton Shepard, James Moss, and then David Beam. Mr. Shepard.
Thank you, Mr. Flanders. Walton Shepard here in Richmond, Virginia, briefly speaking on behalf of NRDC's nearly 10,000 paying Virginia members. I thank the board for its work to fully modernize and streamline Virginia's building stock for the 21st century by hopefully once and for all fully adopting the 2018 IECC with no weakening amendments. Doing so would be a foundational component of a smoothly humming state economy with more dollars in the pockets of everyday Virginians and businesses, rather than evaporating into thin air through weakened building envelopes. Indeed, the 2018 IECC, if adopted without weakening, will deliver a minimum of $100 in savings per year over the entire lifetime of each new building under your adoption. Secondly, the board can also deliver Virginians additional ongoing cost-saving clean economy boosters with two strengthening amendments in particular. The first, requiring electric readiness through Amendment RE 404.2. Electrification of buildings protects homeowners from the expected increases in fuel costs, as well as improves indoor air quality. Lastly, NRDC urges the board to require electric vehicle readiness via Amendment E405.10, which would deliver a cost savings of up to $8,000 per household when compared to retrofit. Because electric vehicles are coming. A recent study found that over 50% of Virginians in the new car market would like to purchase an electric vehicle. And this electric vehicle readiness update will ensure a smooth transition to a fully electrified, cleaner, and therefore cheaper Virginia economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be James Moss, David Beam, Andrew Clark. Mr. Moss.
Thank you, Kyle.
and thank you, Board, for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I'm James Moss, President of the Virginia Building Code Officials Association. I'd like to express how impressed I am with DHCD staff and the effort they put forth to assist the varying code committees and subcommittees during this code development process. I would also like to recognize the efforts of all the stakeholders and applaud their ability to find common ground. While they often had different perspectives, they worked together to come to consensus on most of the proposals. This process makes Virginia a shining example for how to conduct an inclusive and transparent process. With that being said, I'd like to express BBCOA's support for all the proposals that gained consensus during this process, as I would like to express our opposition to those who did not. And to all those like myself who have proposals that do not gain consensus during this process, I would like to see you hone those compelling arguments and bring them back during the next code cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Mr. Beam, followed by Andrew Clark and Kadesh Gebre. Mr. Beam.
Thank you very much, Kyle. I appreciate the time and the ability to speak here today. To those on the board, I just want to reiterate what Mr. Moss had said, that the process that has been achieved by Virginia is one that's recognized nationally. This process that we go through allows everyone to have a place at the table. The arguments and the items that have been brought up to change non-consensus to consensus items today have been all heard throughout the entire process. This is the last effort that they've got to try to bring these forward. Again, the items that they have been bringing forward have been heard. They have not gained consensus throughout the process, and I would strongly urge that the consensus items go forward. I myself have had to pull back on some of the items that I did not choose to participate with, but I do understand that there are times where you have to take what you can get and also go forward with the entire process to benefit the state of Virginia. I thank you for your time, and that's all I have. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you. Next will be Andrew Clark, followed by Kadesh Gebre, and then Kenny Payne. Mr. Clark.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Andrew Clark with the Home Builders Association of Virginia. As you can tell from the meeting documents distributed by staff, this has been a fairly rigorous and consensus-oriented code cycle. Despite a wide array of opinions and perspectives on the various work groups, and contrary to several of the previous speakers, the work groups have actually moved the needle on several items related to efficiency, resiliency, and fire safety, and have sent those proposals to the board today as consensus, including an incremental expansion in arc fault requirements, incentives, not mandates, that builders incorporate fire sprinklers into townhomes, and 11 of the 16 proposals from the newly created work group that will help bolster Virginia's resilience to sea level rise and natural hazards. Most notably, we've worked with the Responsible Energy Codes Alliance and the Virginia Energy Efficiency Council to build consensus on proposals that will improve Virginia's residential energy efficiency in a significant way, including the requirement for a blower door test to evaluate building envelope tightness and eliminating the visual inspection option, and increased ceiling insulation requirements for all new residential buildings. Veterans of the board and folks who have been around know that consensus on many of these proposals has been elusive in the past, and consensus of this magnitude can be almost impossible in many instances. So with that in mind, we'd ask that the board approve all of the consensus items on tab 1 of today's agenda. There are also 31 proposals where consensus was not reached, like the previous speakers mentioned. These proposals are highly technical, would have a measurable impact on residential and commercial development and construction, and were submitted fairly late in the process with little to no attempt by the proponent to build consensus with other stakeholders. And so in closing, we'd ask that the board reject all of the non-consensus proposals on tab 4, with the exception of proposal RB 302.2 related to accessory dwelling units, and allow the work group and the technical experts to continue the dialogue in the next code change cycle. And of course, thank you to Cindy Davis and Jeff Brown and all the staff at DHCD for making this a very transparent, inclusive, and quite frankly, a productive process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kades Gebre, Kenny Payne, and Sean Farr. Ms. Gebre?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kades Gebre, and I'm the Education and Communication Coordinator for Virginia Interfaith Power and Light. Thank you for allowing me to provide a comment in support of the proposal to have Virginia's residential building energy code into compliance with the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code. Designing and maintaining high-performance sustainable buildings is an equity issue. A recent report from American Council for an Energy Efficiency Economy showed that 1/4 of all U.S. households and 2/3 of low-income ones have high energy burdens, meaning they spend more than 6% of their income on utility bills. And this number is also reflected in Virginia. Two of every 5 low-income households have severe burdens, spending more than 10% of their income on energy costs. Low-income households spend 3 times more of their income on energy costs than non-low-income households. However, few of those low-income households are receiving such upgrades for energy efficiency. In fact, only 17% of households said that they completed an energy efficiency improvement from in the last 2 years. So please vote for adopting the complete 2018 IECC without any weakening amendments to improve building energy efficiency on a larger equitable scale that is essential to reduce energy burdens for all Virginians. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Kenny Payne, followed by Sean Farr, and then Andrew Milliken. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, are you here? We'll check back with him. Next is Sean Farr.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. I just want to take a minute. I did submit an extensive statement on behalf of the members of the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington and the Virginia Apartment Management Association. As other speakers have, I just want to, once again, we're in our 4th decade in participating in this process, and it is an exhaustive and highly respected codes adoption process that Virginia has maintained. Consensus, contrary to what some have asserted, is a good thing, a good goal to strive for. It does require compromise from time to time. That's all part of the process of advancing the Virginia building codes. It is incorrect, as some have asserted, to say that as a matter of law that the board is obliged to adopt the latest versions, unrevised, of the model codes. That's simply not the case. As a matter of law, the board is required to give due regard to those codes, but not to blindly adopt them. It would have been a very simple matter for the General Assembly to have made that the charge to the board in the Code of Virginia, but it's not. As a famous congressman from my home state once said, the people could have sent a monkey up here to stack up the mail on the pro and the con scale and made a decision that way. That's not what they elected me to do. They elected me to bring my insights and judgments to bear on the matters that are presented to us. I would say the same is true for the board. There are many reasons to adopt the consensus proposals and to question those that were not able to achieve that. urge those proponents to bring them back again, as Mr. Beam said. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. We're going to return to Kenny Payne, and then we'll have Andrew Milliken, followed by Leah Jones. Mr. Payne?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. Sorry about that. Regarding EB 202, parentheses 2, I encourage the board to disapprove this. It is my understanding that the VBCOA VEBC committee did not support this, and I believe expanding the definition of change of occupancy could create unintended consequences as well as slippery slopes. I also encourage the approval of EB 704.1. As a matter of fact, I believe the only opposition was from fire services, and their actual opposition was to the code provision itself, not necessarily the changes to the code. The changes are merely to better clarify what is required. I also asked the board to consider approving B 905.5.3 as previous board did for the Virginia existing building code. This helps to establish and better make Virginia's code a uniform statewide building code. Now point the board's direction to B 916 and B 918.1, encourage them to disapprove these and request that DHCD establish a sub-work group committee to explore the actual reasons that these systems may not be functioning properly and address these during the next code cycle. And finally, I point direction to B 1612.4 and ask the board to disapprove only the portion that involves the emergency plan. By the way, I represent AIA Virginia, and it's our opinion that this is more of an operational and maintenance issue, not unlike lockdown provisions and emergency evacuation plans. And it's not belong in the building code, but in the statewide fire prevention code or the maintenance code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Andrew Milliken, followed by Leah Jones, and then Mike O'Connor. Mr. Milliken?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Andrew Milliken. I'm a Deputy Fire Chief and Licensed Fire Protection Engineer in Stafford County. I'm also the Chairman of the Virginia Fire Services Board Codes and Standards Subcommittee. As you are probably aware, the Fire Services Board group has led the effort to build broad consensus for the fire code edit process and restore the statewide fire prevention code as a viable tool for community risk reduction throughout the Commonwealth. This effort has produced tremendous results, including most notably consensus language for 99% of the code proposals from the Virginia Fire Services Board, resulting in over 1,000 consensus code amendments for your consideration in the 2018 process. As one can imagine, it has taken hundreds, if not thousands of hours for stakeholders throughout the Commonwealth to comb through over 2,000 Virginia amendments to the statewide fire prevention code and analyze not only the content to each one, but also their history. I would also certainly be remiss if to not highlight and thank the efforts of Jeff Brown and all the DHCD staff for their commitment to seeing this incredibly time-consuming and voluminous process to reach the finish line for the 2018 process. There were, however, a small handful of non-consensus items, and I would ask that you would look at these on an individual basis and review their content. Many of these were designated as non-consensus due to one or two individuals, not the majority of stakeholders, ultimately not being comfortable with the proposals presented. And it is my hope that this group can seriously debate these items and try to add to the vast consensus that's already been achieved. You will also hear a number of other proposals endorsed by the Virginia Fire Services Board today that, although we're not able to reach full consensus, they reflect real and significant hazards and risks to our communities and first responders if not addressed through the code and standards process. Items including in-building communication for first responders, protection of habitable atmospheric conditions that are immediately dangerous to life and health, among others. I ask that you would also look at these on a case-by-case basis and move them forward for your approval or help us build on the significant consensus effort achieved this year and specifically direct future discussion for these topics into the 2021 code development cycle. Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to the public safety through effective codes and standards. These documents are not just words on a page, but daily protect the lives of those in each of our communities and the lives of dedicated first responders throughout Virginia.
Thank you. Next will be Leah Jones, followed by Mike O'Connor, followed by Joy Loving. Ms. Jones.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Leah Jones. I am with Virginia Interfaith Power and Light. I am the Faith Community Outreach Coordinator there. In addition to what my colleagues Faith Harris and Kadeska Bray have already said, I would like to also echo my support for adopting all of the 2018 IECC Energy Code. Updating Virginia's energy code would allow Virginians to really invest in a great win for energy policy by reducing system costs as well as reducing overall energy emissions related to building infrastructure. With this in mind, the updated codes will also make it easier for Virginia to reach the state goal of zero carbon energy emissions by the year 2050. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Mike O'Connor, followed by Joy Loving, and then Jeff Shapiro. Mr. O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to express my support for the consensus for disapproval of the mobile fueling 5706 1.1. This bill was defeated this year in the General Assembly as it was in 2008. It was defeated by a vote of 7-1. The following week after that was heard, the booster lobbyist asked that it be carried over. Carry over means that it would be, in some cases, reviewed. In some cases, it's a polite way to kill a bill. We received a letter from Chairman McQuinn regarding a study of this. If the work group is unable to fully complete the study by December of 2020, I request that you provide a final report of the stakeholders' recommendations by December of 2021. Then we received another notice from the agency, said that we have been advised that the study group on mobile fueling can move forward virtually in order to complete the task by December. That was not the instructions of the committee, and the question is, who were they advised by? Finally, I'd point to you, back in January, received an email, says your client wants the state amendment for mobile fueling to be deleted and the 2018 IFC language to remain. I went ahead and attempted a proposal. The fact is that Booster is looking for more bites of the apple. This is highly unusual to be considered after the amount of consideration that's been given by the General Assembly, by this work group, and we strongly urge that this remain consensus for disapproval. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Joy Loving, and then Jeff Shapiro, and then Chelsea Harnish.
Good afternoon. Nope, good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. I represent the Climate Action Alliance of the Valley, located in the central Shenandoah Valley. I also am an EV owner, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of both the Climate Action Alliance of the Valley and myself. The Climate Action Alliance of the Valley endorses comments of speakers who have proposed adoption of E1301.1.1.1.1-18 without significant weakening amendments. I want to specifically endorse the electric vehicle readiness, E405.10. As an EV owner, I had to do the retrofitting that many people have spoken to. And I also have 3 children, 2 of whom live in apartments, 1 in an older home, none of whom would be able to purchase an EV because of the unavailability of the electrical outlets necessary to do that. Finally, I would like to endorse a comment made by Mr. Milliken about the words on the paper being pretty important to Virginians of all stripes, including both businesses and residents, sorry. And because of that, I don't think we should simply say that non-consensus doesn't deserve consideration. Most of the folks who spoke to the non-consensus items made very good arguments in support of them, and I'd like the board to consider those arguments as well as whatever arguments have been put forward by their opponents. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next will be Jeff Shapiro, and then the last person of the day after Jeff Shapiro is Chelsea Harnish. Mr. Shapiro.
Good morning. This is Jeff Shapiro. I'm with International Code Consultants, and I'm speaking in favor of proposal RB 325.1 on page 141 in Book 6 of your Codes and Standards Committee report. Although this proposal did not achieve consensus, we did make significant progress working with a coalition of stakeholder groups that included HBAV, VBCOA, and the Fire Service. The proposal in your package on RB 325.1 offers significant incentives to the building industry that can reduce cost for many buildings and add design flexibility. The only change to the current code requirement related to fire sprinklers is adding a limit on the height of the means of escape window, so that escape windows in buildings without sprinklers cannot be located more than 30 feet above grade. That's the limit for the fire department's ability to perform rescue operations using a 35-foot ground ladder, and it's beyond the limit for people to safely jump to escape from a burning building. Currently, the Virginia Code has no limit on the height of the means of escape window for habitable attics, which constitutes a danger to occupants and firefighters in the event of a fire. In exchange for this limit on escape window height, the building industry was offered a new allowance to build 4 stories under the IRC versus having to go to the IBC, to use a less expensive NFPA 13D fire sprinkler design in such buildings, and an allowance for builders to offer rooftop decks. Although the proposal did not achieve consensus, the final version of the proposal is far less stringent than the initial version, which matched the new 2021 IRC requirement for fire sprinklers to be installed in all residential units that have a habitable attic space above the 3rd floor, and there are no associated incentives in the model code. The incentives offered in the final version represented a significant concession by the Fire Service to work with other stakeholders, and I do remain hopeful that the board will give consideration to approving this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Chelsea Harnish.
Good morning. My name is Chelsea Harnish, and I'm the Executive Director of the Virginia Energy Efficiency Council. First, I wanted to take a moment to thank Cindy and Jeff and the rest of the DHCD team for managing this process. As a member of the DHCD Energy Subgroup, the Virginia Energy Efficiency Council supports the energy efficiency proposals that are included in the consensus section of the agenda today. These proposals, in addition to the energy efficiency advancements that were included in the draft USBC last year, bring Virginia nearly in line with the 2018 IECC, including blower door testing requirements, updated fenestration requirements, and increased R value for ceiling insulation. These are major improvements to the code, so I hope it is the will of the board to support the energy efficiency proposals in the consensus section today. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that is the last speaker we have registered for the day.
I appreciate that, Kyle. And I'll just ask one more time, is there anybody that wants to speak that has not had the opportunity yet? Please go ahead now or chat in the box so Kyle can put you on the list. I'm going to give it about 15, 20 seconds just because sometimes people forget to unmute. Okay. Anybody on the phone? Remember to *6 to unmute yourself. We want to make sure the public has a full opportunity to comment. Okay. Hearing nobody, I think the goal at this point would be to take a short break and adjourn temporarily and then go to the committee meetings that we have scheduled and then come back to the full board meeting. I will remind people there will not be another opportunity to comment. So 5 more seconds if you have. Okay. Hearing nobody else wanting to comment, I'll entertain a motion from a board member to adjourn in a second. Temporarily adjourn until we take a 5-minute break and then make it 5 to 7 minute break, and let's not do it too long. And then come back and do committee meetings before we come back to the full board.
Chairman Rossi, I recommend a temporary adjournment till 11:55.
Second, Keith Johnson.
Kyle, you need a roll call on that?
I think, yes, let's do a roll call on that.
Okay. I would just offer a friendly amendment since the roll call is going to take a minute, make it 11:56.
Thank you. Mr. Abbasi,
Favor? Yes.
Ms. Cotton,
Yes.
Ms. Dewey, Ms. Dewey,
Yes.
Ms. Elrod, Mr. Farrell,
Yes.
Mr. Friedman,
Yes.
Mr. Gregory,
Yes.
Ms. Halleck, Ms. Halleck, Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
Ms. Abby Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Keith Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Neek Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Maringoff,
Yes.
and Ms. Shields.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you.
This
We'll be
is Sylvia.
temporarily.
Can you hear me? This is Sylvia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I unmuted. Oh, was that a yes?
Yes, we can hear you now, Sylvia. What we couldn't hear you during the roll call, but we can hear you now.
Yeah, well, I voted yes. And I'm having problems with the mute and unmute, but I'll get it right here in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 7 minutes, guys.
Hello, this is Brett Maringoff. I'm going to call to order the Statewide Fire Prevention Code Development Committee meeting now. Kyle, you want to do a roll call?
Yes. Mr. Abati.
Present.
Mr. Farrell.
Present.
Mr. Maringoff.
Present.
Mr. Garber.
Present.
Mr. Keith Johnson.
Present.
And Mr. Little.
Present.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll pass it off to Cindy. Do you want to give an overview?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Codes and Standards Committee, before we get started with the individual proposals today, I did want to take a moment and just give you all an overview of the process so that you have some background as to what has transpired so far and what has transpired more recently. So the 2018 code update process, like all update cycles, follows the Administrative Process Act per Virginia law and the specific provisions applicable to the Virginia Amusement Device Regulations, Industrialized Building Safety Regulations, and the Uniform Statewide Building Code, or USBC, and the Statewide Fire Prevention Code, or SFPC. This process includes both a proposed phase and a final phase for the regulations, and both the proposed and final phases include multiple all-day work group meetings, in addition to the sub-work group meetings that work on topic-specific issues. I want to just give you a breakdown as to how exactly that works. We have 4 work group meetings that we consider the main work groups. Work Group 1 considers all proposals that come in related to administrative provisions. It's primarily Chapter 1 of all the codes. And it also listens to proposals that are related to the Industrialized Building Safety Regulations, the Manufactured Home Safety Regulations, and the Certification Regulations. Work Group 2 addresses technical proposals coming in to change the Uniform Statewide Building Code and Statewide Fire Prevention Code. Work Group 3 addresses proposals that come in to amend the Residential Code. And Work Group 4 addresses proposals that come in related to the trades, plumbing, mechanical, fuel gas, etc. In addition to those, in an effort to get consensus items to the full work group meetings, we have the sub-work group meetings. And this cycle, those sub-work groups included a residential use group, sub-work group that considered the definitions of residential uses within the USBC. And it also included the discussion on the accessory dwelling units that you heard about earlier. We had a school safety sub-work group meeting that completed its work prior to the proposed phase, an energy sub-work group, a resiliency sub-work group, residential dock safety sub-work group, and the fire code edit sub-work group. So who participates in those work group meetings? Well, I think one of the things that you have heard repeatedly, and I think you've heard by the number of people speaking today, is that there is a wide variety of input during all of these work group meetings. We have professionals from building, fire, property maintenance professionals, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, structural. We have members of the fire service. We have other state agencies that participate. We have retail merchants that participate, agricultural groups, home builders, apartment owners, realtors, utilities, design professionals, Virginia AIA, product representatives and interests, affordable housing advocates, energy efficiency advocates. I'm sure I'm forgetting some, but but the work groups are very well attended and this interest groups are very well represented. So the work groups during the proposed phase had a total of 26 meetings held to address the issues. And that resulted in the proposed regulations that were published in the Virginia Register on February 3rd of this year, which started the final phase. The final phase since then has included a total of 25 work group meetings. 7 of those addressed specific fire code edits. And related to the number of issues reviewed during the proposed phase, we had 121 proposals submitted, 103 were consensus, and 18 were non-consensus. And then for the final phase, we had 141 proposals submitted. And as you'll see, the vast majority, 104 are consensus and 37 are non-consensus. So, and I just wanted to note that the fire code edits, and let me just take a moment to echo Mr. Milliken's comments related to the work of Jeff Brown and his team on this effort. They were Herculean, to say the least. They were reviewed a total of 1,085 sections on the fire code this cycle, and I believe we are going to review maybe 8 or 9 that are non-consensus. So it's the work was really great. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes the overview of the process. I will turn it back over to you for the fire code portion of the Code Development Committee.
Great, thank you very much, Cindy. Yes, I would like to, again, echo the comments and sentiments, commending the staff on the tremendous effort to get the process to this point. Proceeding with the agenda, we're now to the consent agenda portion of the program. That would be approval of the minutes from the December 16, 2019 meeting.
Mr. Chair, I would approve as submitted. Keith Johnson.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Bernie Little, second.
Thank you. Are we going to do a roll or all in favor?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We'll do a roll call vote.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Mr. Abbasi. Mr. Abbasi.
Sorry, I was muted. Affirmative.
Mr. Farrell.
Yes.
Mr. Maringoff.
Aye.
Mr. Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Keith Johnson.
Approve.
And Mr. Little.
Approve.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. On to the next portion, the code change proposals for the statewide fire prevention code. This is tab 2, book 5. Are there any members who would like to remove any items from this block?
Mr. Chairman, this is Sean.
Yep, go ahead.
So I need to inquire from the from DHCD staff, Cindy or Jeff or someone, the very first item in this block, FP 101, which brings forward the tall wood building construction site safety regulations. The stakeholders involved, some of the stakeholders involved were tentatively approved this as consensus, but we wanted to confirm with the AG's office that items 3 and 4 of this proposal were actually enforceable under the statewide fire prevention code. And at this point, I don't think we've heard back from the AG's office or Cindy and staff. Can I punt that question to them, please?
Yes. We can do that. So should we take that off of the vote for the block then and remove it and come back to it later?
Sure, we can remove that one as individual consideration.
Okay, great. Do any members have other items in tab 2, book 5 that they would like to remove?
Mr. I would just ask, do you need a roll call vote to remove that one item independently, or all the items together you'll have that we suggest to remove?
Mr. Chair, I could make a motion to approve the consensus items as a block with the removal of FP 101, if that's desired by the committee.
Second.
Okay. Then we have a motion and a second to vote on the block for tab 2, book 5, with the exception of FP 101 removed. Can we take a vote?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Abbasi.
Approved.
Mr. Farrell.
Approved.
Mr. Maringoff.
Approved.
Mr. Garber.
Approved.
Ms. Johnson.
Approved.
And Mr. Little.
Approved.
Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Question for staff, remind me, should we move to the next tab 3, book 5, or should we discuss this item now?
So these items are consensus for disapproval, so you can block vote those if you so choose.
Sorry, but FP 101, should we come back to it?
Oh, I apologize. I thought that was being moved to then non-consensus.
Yes,
okay.
It is moved to non-consensus. Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, I would recommendation approval that for tab 3, consensus for disapproval, be approved as a block, and recommend they all be disapproved.
Second, this is Sean.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll do a vote.
Sorry, before we vote, can you just restate the motion that we're voting on?
Sure, I can. I recommend that tab 3, the work group consensus for disapproval items, be disapproved as a block.
So, yeah. Sorry, so we have a motion and a second for tab 3, which is the recommendation by the work groups is consensus for disapproval. So we have a motion and a second to vote for the disapproval of the block. Can we take a vote, Kyle? Or is there any discussion before we go to the vote? I take that as a no, so let's just go to the vote.
Mr. Abbasi.
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Farrell.
Aye.
Mr. Maringoff.
Aye.
Mr. Barber.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
And Mr. Little.
Aye.
Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. Tab 4, the proposals recommended by the work groups as non-consensus. Each of these items we have to approve individually, and we've added FP 101 to this list. So let's begin with that. So this is for FP 101. Do I have a vote for approval?
Mr. Chair, who was Sean that brought that forward? I didn't catch the name of the person that brought that forward.
Sorry, this was, yes, it was Sean Farrell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this is Sean, and I think I need my question answered before we move to approve or move to disapprove, move to modify. Or I think what I'm looking for from Cindy is, is it legally enforceable to address items 3 and 4 on this list? We asked for an AG opinion on this, and I'm not sure we've gotten it yet. So, Cindy, have we heard back from AG on this?
Yes, we have, through the chair to Mr. Farrell. Items 3 and 4 are not legally enforceable under the statewide fire prevention code. Those items are already captured in the International Fire Code as construction requirements under the USBC, and oversight of those construction requirements falls under the USBC. So therefore, items number 3 and 4 should be removed from this proposal. And that was his opinion related to, and he cited 36105.1, which says that the construction shall be the sole responsibility of local building inspectors, and upon completion of the structures, responsibility for fire safety protection shall pass to the fire marshal under the statewide fire prevention code.
Thank you, Cindy. So, Mr. Chair, then I would move to approve with the intent to modify for the commentary from the AG's office by removal of items 3 and 4 from the proposal.
Okay, do I have a second to remove with the intent to modify, to approve with the intent to remove 3 and 4 as modification?
I have a question before I second the motion.
Sure.
I don't know if it's for Cindy. Can we have discussion at this point, Kyle, or?
Probably should second first, right?
Yes, there should be a second, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So would you like to second it, Sonny, and then we'll move?
Sure, I'll second it with the intent of having a discussion.
Okay, then we have a motion and a second. So any discussion, Mr. Abbasi?
So Cindy, what's the consequence if the motion passes?
So the consequence if the motion passes, I think the consequence if it passes as modified would be none, because the same language appears in the USBC already. The intent for it not to be in the SFPC would be to eliminate confusion, as we have been doing over the last 5 or 6 years, to remove construction requirements from the SFPC.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is Sean. It's really important to clarify that that this entire section is enforceable under the Virginia Construction Code. And all the proponents are trying to do is duplicate that into the statewide fire prevention code, which inadvertently brings in construction criteria into that document, which Cindy has mentioned that we've been trying to remove for the last 5 or 6 years. So nothing is lost by striking these sections from the statewide fire prevention code, because they're fully enforceable in the Virginia Construction Code.
Okay. And was that Sean speaking?
That was
Yes,
Sean.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just, at this last minute of removing those 2 items, obviously that has a great effect on, the combustible non-combustible protection. I mean, again, I wish we had seen this earlier. Looking at all the comments and looking at all that, I didn't even see about the AG's opinion being referenced, and certainly to bring up that AG opinion today here at the last minute. Then I think all of Chapter 33 would need to be reviewed at this point to make that change at the last minute. I understand what they're saying about that has no effect, but I would certainly want the Code and Standards Committee to have the opportunity to weigh in on that. Have the opportunity to weigh in on that. I think all of Chapter 33 needs to be reviewed at that point then to see the impact of this change.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Sean. If I could just address Chief Johnson's remarks.
Go ahead.
The chapter 33 was reviewed, and we did make some modifications to chapter 33, particularly section 3314 in the proposed phase cycle. So this is consistent with what we've been doing over the past 5 years. I do understand it's kind of last minute, but we, during the work group, we had tentative approval with this based upon feedback from the AG. So if the Attorney General's office is saying it's unenforceable in statewide fire prevention code, then we need to remove it. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any further discussion from any of the members?
Well, Cindy, what would happen if what Keith said occurs in all of Chapter 33 gets reviewed?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Sonny.
The
I think Sean indicated that Chapter 33 has been reviewed and changes have been made. I believe, I don't want to speak for Mr. Johnson, but I believe that he's referring to maybe some other construction-related sections that may have inadvertently been left in. So, I mean, if there are, I agree with him. Those need to come out too.
Correct. The impact of this change could have an impact on other areas of Chapter 33. Again, I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I don't know the impact right now of this last minute change like this. So that's my concern.
So this is Sean, and Chief Johnson, I understand you won't take my word for it, but there is no other impact to Chapter 33. This is a standalone section in Chapter 33. My motion was intent to modify. The other motion would be to motion for disapproval, and I don't think you want that.
Cindy, is there any question, Chair, if I could ask Cindy a question?
All right.
Is there any way, Cindy, that this could be addressed through the work group and be brought back at the final proposal?
So, I mean, the final has to incorporate whatever decisions are made today. So, I'm not sure of the process that could happen. I guess I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question because the decisions that are made today will result in the final regulations that you will vote on in December.
Right.
And that there's no further work group meetings to be convened at this point. So there would no.
Right.
Okay.
Sean, can you explain again why you believe this has no impact? Why removing those two items has no impact on?
Because it has no impact on the Chapter 33 because this is the only provision in Chapter 3 that deals with tall wood buildings. So this is the only section that it's going to impact. And this section is fully 100% enforceable in the Virginia Construction Code. So all we're doing is preventing construction language from entering into the Virginia Statewide Fire Prevention Code, which we know is an operations and maintenance code. So we're not losing anything by removing these two items.
Keith,
and my only objection is based upon the AG opinion.
Right.
Okay.
Cindy, what we could, or Chair, if I could ask Cindy one more question. If we vote to approve it as modified, it certainly can be, if the committee wants to, we can certainly disapprove it during the final proposal, correct? The final regulation vote.
I would think that the board could pull out any final approve it contingent upon removing certain things if they so desired. I'm not sure. I guess I would look to Kyle for process to see if that's a possibility.
I think generally that is possible, though it's probably unusual.
Mhm. Do we have any other discussion from the committee on this item? Right now, we're considering approval of FP 101 with the modification of 3 and 4 because they are not legally enforceable here in the statewide fire prevention code, but they are in the building code. So as I understand it, we're not talking about any necessarily have not having the regulation there. So if there's no other discussion, then we can try to get to a vote.
Chair, I'll just in discussion before we vote, I'll go along with that. I just know that, again, I will do further research on this just to, again, I certainly trust my friend Sean, committee member. I just, again, want to make sure that what we're voting on is in fact correct. So I'll maintain the opportunity to bring it back at the final hearing. But for the consensus purpose of working with this committee, I'll go forward with the vote to approve. So,
okay, so is that motion? Or are we,
Oh,
sorry, end of Sean, we have Sean motion already, am I correct? That was
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And Chief, if I could just respond to you, if it's your intent to remove this and disapprove it at the final action, you know, we would support that if that's what you wanted to do, but I'm not sure that's what you want to do.
Yeah, no, that's not what I want to do, correct. I want to know, I really want to look at the impact of removing those two, the number 3 and number 4, as you stated. So we'll look into that. And again, for the purpose of approving it now, I think we'll, in order cooperation, we'll go along with the committee.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve FP 101 with the modification of striking section 3 and 4. Do I have a second?
I think I had already seconded. I think you already had the second, right?
Oh, sorry, that's right.
Because you needed the second to have the discussion.
Okay, then if the discussion is concluded, then we can go to the vote.
Mr. Abbasi.
Affirmative.
Mr. Farrell.
Aye.
Mr. Herringoff.
Aye.
Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Keith Johnson.
Aye.
And Mr. Little.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Then that will bring us to the next non-consensus item, which is FP 112.5, and the application for appeal beyond buildings and structures. So I have a motion for to approve this item.
So motion.
Is there a second?
What was the motion? I'm sorry.
To approve FP 112.5.
I think that the motion was to approve as non-consensus, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. These are non-consensus items.
Okay, so the motion is to disapprove this item then?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Eric. We need to be clear whether it's a motion to approve or motion to disapprove.
Okay, so I had asked if anyone wanted to motion to approve. Or I guess it's motion to approve or disapprove. Let's try that again. So
I think it would clarify it if we're saying we're approving the non-consensus or not approving the non-consensus. That's got me a little confused what I'm voting for there.
Yeah, I think the motion was to approve it as a non-consensus item is the way that I understood it as.
correct. So these are on,
If I could clarify, perhaps, these non-consensus items, they have to be either voted up or voted down. So as you call each item forward, if you ask for a motion, then the committee members can motion to approve or motion to disapprove as they see fit for each item. So, a motion for non-consensus isn't really, the description of non-consensus is just to tell you that each of those items have to be either approved or disapproved. So the motion would be to either approve or disapprove.
thank you for clarifying, Cindy.
Mr. Abbasi, are you going to amend your motion?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, it would be a motion to disapprove as a non-consensus item.
Okay.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to disapprove FP 112.5, which is a non-consensus item.
Just to clarify, Cindy, so that means if we disapprove it, it makes it non-consensus. No.
If you disapprove it, it does not become included in the final regulations. It goes away.
As a consensus item, but it comes back later, right?
No, this is
Not at
it.
all?
This is it. The decisions you make today are final, and they will result in it either being in the final regs in December or not being in the final regs in December.
Right. So, Cindy, if I may add to that, tell me or correct me if I'm wrong. We're talking that these are non-consensus items, so the work groups did not have consensus. But these are being proposed for approval and inclusion in the code update. If we
Only if you vote to approve it.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for clarifying. We can propose to approve or disapprove, but approve means that it would get included, and disapprove means that it would not get included, and then we could decide to have it have the work groups meet again on it and try to achieve consensus. Is that?
No, she's saying no.
Okay.
So
sorry. Okay, so not for this update, but then it would be for the next update.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Does everyone on the committee follow where we are?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Chair, I have discussion on this item if we had a second.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. But thanks for the clarification, everybody. I think we're on the same page now. So FP 112.5-18, this was put forward to the statewide Fire Prevention Code Committee. And I'm a little understanding, I may have a question similar to what Sean had for his last FP 101. Basically, this code change allows the intended appeal process for this speaks to structure. So if you have an appeal of a building structure or a structure, something that is built, then certainly you have the appeal to the local Board of Building Code Appeals and then to the Technical Review Board. What's not allowed in the current code is appeals of something outside of a structure. And what this speaks to, and we have great, here in our fire marshal's office where I work, is appeals of, say, a fireworker event or a blasting event, which is not a structure, it's an activity. And this was really, I thought, in a good faith effort to allow citizens to have an appeal process for something other than a structure. Because again, the way the code is written today in the Virginia Statewide Fire Prevention Code 112.5, it speaks to structures. And I really don't know that the group thought that was the intention of this appeal process. Again, we deal with blasting enforcement here in where I work, and many localities do. And there's often complaints about blasting. We have a very rigorous process for blasting, and there really doesn't allow for the appeal process to the local Board of Building Code Appeals or to the statewide technical review board. So this was intended to bring a little bit broader for citizens to have an opportunity to bring an appeal forward to those individual groups. I really don't know why. I looked at the comment through the various work groups, and it really looked like it achieved a lot of support for the change. The only question for Cindy, it looked like there was supposed to be an AG opinion on this. And I don't know that I saw if there was an AG opinion on this. So Cindy, if you could help out there.
Sure, be happy to. We did discuss this with our OAG, and the general consensus was that there was he applauded you for wanting to expand it and open it up to allow consumers the opportunity to appeal. I think one of the items. So the question as to whether or not it can be done is not a question. It can be done, but what did come up was how would that work? It was a matter of logistics. How would a neighbor even know if a permit had been issued for fireworks or blasting? It seems like a 30-day notification process, which isn't required by the SFPC, might be in a land use ordinance, but it wouldn't necessarily be in the issuance of the permit. And so if the event took place and then an appeal was filed, what remedy would be sought? How would that work logistically?
Okay.
And Mr. John, that was my concern as well, was, how do you legally notify someone that they have the right to appeal if aggrieved? And I also think that this falls into some legal opinions in terms of who can be aggrieved and who has the right to aggrieve particular decisions within the Uniform Statewide Building Code and Statewide Fire Prevention Code. So I think there's some real legal ambiguity here that we would need to hash through in order to collectively understand the scope of what we're trying to do. I echo and applaud the effort to allow people the right to express concerns about what we permit and what we don't permit in terms of operations. That's commendable, but I think there's some real ambiguity here.
Thank you.
Just a final comment, Chair. Again, I'm not tied to this. I want to understand what the final opinion of the AG was. I think it is, a valiant effort to expand the appeal process. Again, we deal with it quite regularly. We have to, blasting and things of that nature, have to supply letters to the surrounding homeowners and stuff. So that appeal language could be placed in there. Certainly, how does anybody know they can appeal on anything? It's obviously provided in documentation. So I appreciate the Cindy getting back to us on that.
Hey guys, this is Justin Bell, the Assistant Attorney General for the Board of Housing here, and I wanted to expound upon the discussion here. I think there really is a kernel of a good idea here, but I do want to note that these logistical problems I've noted, they're not explicitly legal problems, but they're going to end up being legal problems. And you're going to end up in cases where a permit goes out, the event happens, and then you get appeals. And obviously those appeals will be dead on arrival, but I don't think the goal here was to provide an illegitimate or the opportunity for an appeal that wasn't a legitimate opportunity. I think the sentiment behind this is real. I think there really is a push here, really is an idea here to help people have better input upon what's going on in their communities. So that's why I want. That's why my advice isn't no. Look at another place for this. That's why my advice here is, hey, there's an idea here, but this really there are some real problems here, some real questions about timing, about scope, about scale. What happens if you have one person who says yes and one person who says no? There's some real mechanics about how this has to play out, because it's not going to look like a normal appeal.
Okay. Thank you for the additional information. Does the board have any, the committee have any more discussion on this? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion? Again, to
We
either
already
approve or
check.
sorry,
We wouldn't have
sorry.
discussion.
Let's go to a vote to disapprove.
Did you get a second on the motion? I think Sean said.
Yeah, so we wouldn't have discussion.
So, Kyle, just can you repeat for everyone the motion and the second, and then take a vote?
Yep, one moment. Motion on the table is to disapprove FP 112.5, and it's been motioned and seconded.
Okay, then we've had discussion, and let's go to a vote.
Okay. We pause for just one moment, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
All right, sorry about that. I'll call the vote if everyone's ready.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Abbasi,
Affirmative.
Mr. Farrell,
Aye.
Mr. Maringoff,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Little,
Aye.
Mr. Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Next on the tab 4 non-consensus items, we have FP 103.2.1 Part 4. Do I have a motion to approve or disapprove?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to separate those items and vote on those individual code sections individually. That's my motion.
Sorry, Mr. Johnson, can you just clarify which sections? Are you talking about Part 4 and Part 5?
Just Part 4. So FP 103.2.1, Part 4, which was non-consensus. There are several code sections in Part 4. I'd like to, there's in there that I want to bring forward to reconsider for approval. So I guess the only way to do that is do them individually, or I could pull out the ones that we'd like to seek approval.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, for clarification, if I could, those items are on a spreadsheet, which are in tab 4, page 6 of the hard copy. And those are the 8 items listed on the Excel spreadsheet that were not able to be consensus with the other 1,085 or however many there were fire code edit issues. These are the remaining 8. And the first one is section 304.1.2, vegetation, weeds, and grass. With a reference to the Wildland Urban Interface Code.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. If Chief Johnson's motion is second, I'd be happy to do that so that we can tackle these independently and individually and have discussion on each one of them. I'm not sure that it does need a motion. I think we can just break into it and go. If that is the case, then well, I'll let you rule on that.
Yes, we can, I believe, and I'll ask staff to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we can vote on each one individually. So we can go ahead and do that.
Okay, so this is John again. Cindy introduced the first one, so I'm gonna punt it right back to Cindy with regards to we've tackled this question, and I'm sorry, we don't have a motion on this item, so I don't know that I can discuss it yet. Sorry, you want to call for a motion on the first item?
Yes, would anyone like to make a motion either to approve or disapprove?
Keith, I'll leave it to you.
Oh, I'm making sure I wasn't on mute. Sorry about that. Yeah, I would recommend that we vote to approve this. I'm not asking for this to be approved. I mean, I think there's a little bit of work to do with this one. I agree with all of them, obviously, many of them here, but I think there's a little bit of work to do on this one. So
are you
recommend
approve?
To disapprove.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove and a second, so now it's open for discussion.
Okay, just to clarify, we're talking about 304.1.2?
Correct.
Okay.
So this is Sean. If we're going to have discussion on it, I guess I would just give Cindy and DHCD team an opportunity to talk about the adoption process for the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, please.
So yeah, a little bit of history with that particular code. One of the things that the Wildland Urban Interface Code does is it includes a number of construction requirements in it. I know this section is specific to weeds and vegetation only. But when we review that code in an effort to just bring in the prescriptive requirements for weeds and vegetation from the Wildland Urban Interface Code, there is no prescriptive requirement in there for weeds and vegetation. Instead, there's just an appendix that says that the jurisdiction has to identify every parcel of land that they believe falls within an urban interface area. And then once the local jurisdiction has identified all of those parcels, it requires the landowners of those parcels to submit a vegetation plan to the code official for approval. So it's very subjective as to what's included in it, how it would be approved. So I applaud Keith for wanting to work on this and maybe bring some clarity to the issues that they're trying to achieve here.
Mr. Chair, if I could as well. Chief Johnson, when in working with the team on the work group, what we recommended was for them to go into that code and extract certain provisions and pull them out so that we can look at that independently instead of trying to bring in our reference document that is not a document.
Sean, that's exactly why I'm voting in this manner. I think, Virginia, for those folks that are listening, we have a problem in Virginia with our areas of wildland interface. And many people just think that's where the West Coast and California, because that's all gets the news. But we have a severe problem here in the Commonwealth of Virginia with our open land. And we need to address this, otherwise we will become California. And so, again, that's one of the reasons, Sean, is that I want to, the work groups to continue to work on this and get this right before we look to implement, something we don't want to. But agree, we definitely have an issue here in Virginia. You just don't hear about it on the news every night like we do out west.
Okay, Mr. Chair, call the question.
Yes. Are there any questions or further discussion? Okay, I'll take that as a no. We can vote on 304.1.2.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Abbasi,
Approved.
Mr. Farrell,
Aye.
Mr. Maringoff,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Little,
Aye.
Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. That moves us to the next item, which is 603.3.2.7, tanks and basements. Unless otherwise approved by the applicable building code, tanks and basements shall be located not more than 2 stories below grade plane. Do I have a motion to approve or disapprove?
So this is Sean. I will move to disapprove.
Is there a second?
I'll second so we can have a discussion.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to disapprove 603.3.2.7, and it's now open for discussion.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the notes over here. It says Mr. Farrell has some concerns with this one, will not revoke his position, result non-consensus. So I was hoping he could speak to what his concerns were.
Sure. This is on. So the reason for my motion for disapproval is the general method of addressing unenforceable provisions within the statewide fire prevention code lended itself to a litmus test. And that litmus test was essentially, is the technical and or prescriptive language that we are looking at, can you identify that all the way back to the inception or the first statewide adoption of the Uniform Statewide Building Code back in 1973? The code, I mean, the work group was even flexible to the early years. You know, if we found those provisions back in the 70s and 80s, then we would leave that technical prescriptive because we could trace it back to the first adoption of the Uniform Statewide Building Code. If that litmus test wasn't met, then the problem is we have a huge building stock out there where the regulation that we're looking at doesn't apply to. So in order to keep today's language, the current code language in the code, the proponents have tried to place unless otherwise approved by the building code in front of the technical code. And so the net result of that essentially says, unless the building code tells you to do something different, let's keep today's code language in there. And that's, the work group and a lot of the stakeholders within that work group had some concerns with that method of addressing it. The whole point was to remove the technical and prescriptive, and in this case would be a prohibitive language from the code that you cannot apply to every single building that is in the Commonwealth, period. And so that was the genesis for my opposition with this. The prohibition of tanks 2 stories or more could not be traced back to early adoption periods of the codes back to the 80s. And therefore we could have situations in there that you wouldn't be able to apply this code to. And so the current language, the proposed language in the base code basically says, I need to look at the building code when this structure was built or when the tank was placed to determine whether or not this prohibition can be applied or not. So that's the reason for my opposition and motion.
Mr. Chair, if I could have a follow-up question, I'd be interested in Keith Johnson's opinion on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have no objection to that. I think this would be best served to go back to the next code cycle and to the committee to further look at this one. Either way, I mean, the obvious is putting tanks 2 stories or more below ground is whatever tank it is, whatever products in that has no means to off gas and things of that nature. So it's hazardous, obviously, to the citizens that are in that building. But I think this one was a good one. We could go back to the next code cycle and just further research. I'm not objected to it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, committee? Or further discussion? Okay, let's go to a vote, Kyle.
Mr. Abbasi.
3 point.
Aye.
Mr. Farrell.
Aye.
Mr. Maringoff.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Little.
Aye.
Mr. Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Great, thank you. Next item, 901.5.1. In buildings where fire protection system is required by this code or applicable building code, it shall be unlawful to occupy any portion of the building or structure until the fire protection system installation has been tested and approved, except as provided in section 106.
Mr. Chair, I would vote the next several ones. I have a few amendments that I'd like to consider approval on. This is one of them. I would like to make a motion that we approve 901.5.1 documents.
Is there a second for approval?
I'd like to clarify if we're talking to amending 90151 or whether we're striking this. I'm not too sure what yay or nay means here now. I'm getting confused again.
And I should have done that, Ernie. I do want to take the amendment. If you look at your spreadsheet, there was an amendment of 901.5.1, which adds by the building official in front of the exception. So it would be in buildings where a fire protection system is required by this code or the applicable building code, it is unlawful to occupy any portion of a building or structure until the fire protection system has been tested and approved by the building official, except as provided in section 106. So it does add building official before the exception. So that would be my amendment and a motion to approve.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying.
With that amendment, Ernie will support that.
Okay, so now we have a motion to approve with the amendment of adding the language by the building official.
So I think just the comment here, this allows some added enforcement, as we see here, to allow the fire official to enforce something that's been approved by the building official. We're not approving the fire protection system. That certainly falls to the building official to approve and have that tested and approved. It just adds that added enforcement for the fire official when we go out and we see these occupancies. That I think it's kind of common sense that you shouldn't be occupying a building or portion thereof until the fire alarm system has been tested and approved. So that's all we're doing, is adding that enforcement clause. I think it's kind of a no-brainer. And again, with that amendment, I would agree that that amendment has to be there.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying. So we have a motion and a second for that for approval with that amendment. And now it's open for discussion to the committee, or further discussion.
This is Ernie, and one of the primary reasons why I support this is in my time working with the fire marshal's office in my county, I've had several situations where folks have tried to occupy the building before the fire protection system was in service. Just recently, our county schools attempted to occupy a building where the fire protection system was not approved. And basically, between the building official and our office, we had to take them out of the building. I think it was a total of 3 times before they got the point that they were not supposed to be in that building. And of course, it was one of those situations where they're up against a deadline of trying to get the school open, but the fire protection system has significant issues with, of all things, the support of the system being in the building. So it was not an approved fire protection system. And I think we need this section to allow the fire official to support the building official in those cases.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. I have a question and a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Farrell.
The question is to Chief Johnson. Chief, can you recite the amended section for me again, please?
If you look at, Sean, to make it easy, so in order to look at the green section of Virginia Fire Service Board proposal, adding by the building official in front of, except as provided in section 106. So
can you just read it in entirety?
Yep. In buildings where a fire protection system is required by this code or the applicable building code, it shall be unlawful to occupy any portion of a building or structure until the fire protection system installation has been tested and approved by the building official, except as provided in section 106.
Does that clarify for you, Mr. Farrell?
So you're leaving in except as provided in section 106 of the statewide fire prevention code?
Yes.
So that's essentially saying that the statewide fire prevention code, in accordance with section 106, can override the building official and grant occupancy. Did I hear that correct?
Say that again, Sean. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
So by reference to section 106, you said, it has to meet the specifications and approved by the building official unless in accordance with section 106. Is that right?
That's correct. What it says, yes.
So that is basically saying that the section 106 can override the building official, and legally, I don't think that's possible. So that was my question, and let me just provide let me ask another question, Chief. Are you aware that in the proposed phase of the 2018 cycle, we amended section 3314.1 in chapter 33, obviously, to essentially do what we're trying to do here? And let me read that to you in entirety. It says completion before occupancy, period. In buildings where an automatic sprinkler system is required by this code or the applicable building code, the building or portion thereof shall not be occupied until the automatic sprinkler system has been tested and approved, except where approved by the building official.
Okay, so
you already have what you're trying to do, I think.
That's correct for new buildings. Chapter 33 dealing with new construction. We're talking about existing. Emphasize that I'm talking about existing buildings. So this provides maintenance where we can, if a change of tenant, if the portion of the building doesn't have an approved and tested fire protection system, then this would allow enforcement by the fire official.
So are you saying chapter 33?
I would entertain, Sean, that we could probably entertain to accept that. We could strike the exception if that is causing fusion.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think it essentially just mirrors what we did already in 3314.
Again, dealing with new construction, we're dealing with areas of, again, change of use, change of tenant. We have to, enforce, the fire official has to enforce it. So I'm okay with I'll amend my friendly amendment to strike except as provided in section 106. So I'll read it again. In buildings where a fire protection system is required by this code or the applicable building code, it shall be unlawful to occupy any portion of a building or structure until the fire protection system has been tested and approved by the building officials.
Yes, I'm totally fine with that. That mirrors what we did in section 3314. But I really, in terms of applying chapter 33, I don't think that's just to new buildings. I think that's to any construction, whether you're altering an existing building, building a new building, doing a tenant layout. But I'll let that's not part of this discussion. So that's just. But yes, I will be okay with your amended, the last amended. And I don't know how you do this virtually.
Mr. Chair, I think we need a motion and a second to amend the motion and then a vote on that, and then we can come to vote on the amended motion.
Yeah, so now we're talking about the language amended in two ways. We have the addition of by the building official and striking or deletion of except as provided in section 106. Mr. Johnson, could I ask you to read it one more time for everyone, and then we'll seek a motion and a second and go to a vote.
No problem. Thank you. So my amended motion is in buildings where a fire protection system is required by this code or the applicable building code, it shall be unlawful to occupy any portion of a building or structure until the fire protection system installation has been tested and approved by the building official. Period.
Okay. And do I have a motion then?
I'll motion. Ernie.
Second. I'll second. So then any further discussion before we go to a vote? Now that we have the clarified language. Okay, let's go to a vote, Kyle.
So, Mr. Chair, to be clear, we're voting on the amendment to the original motion, and then we'll need to return and vote on the main motion.
Got it. Okay, So we're voting on the amendment to the original motion.
Mr. Abbasi.
Yeah, sorry, before I vote, can we restate the language of the amendment?
Sure, I'm getting good at it now. So,
Because it's hard to see. You can't mark it up and stuff like it's like.
yeah, I know. It's, this is the hard part of not being together. So as you see in the spreadsheet, in buildings where a fire protection system is required by this code or the applicable building code, it should be unlawful to occupy any portion of a building or structure until the fire protection system installation has been tested and approved by the building official, period. And then we're striking out except as provided in section 106.
Okay. Affirmative for me. Aye.
Mr. Farrell.
Aye.
Mr. Maringoff.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Little.
Aye.
Mr. Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion to amend the main motion passes.
Okay, so we've amended the main motion. So now, Kyle, we need to vote actually to approve the language as amended. Okay, and do we need to motion for that?
I believe it's been motioned already.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
so then we'll now vote to approve the amended language.
Mr. Abbasi.
Aye.
Mr. Farrell.
Aye.
Mr. Maringoff.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Little.
Aye.
Mr. Garber.
Aye.
Chair, the motion passes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. If I could just offer a recommendation to ease the process next time we encounter something like that, if the original motioner withdraws the motion, then we can just start fresh with the newly amended.
Noted, thank you. Good idea. Okay, we're on to 905.3.5.3. Class 2 system. Do we have a motion to approve or disapprove?
Mr. Chair, this is Keith. I make a motion to approve 905.5.3 Class 2 systems, and I have discussion.
Great. Is there a second?
Ernie will second.
Great.
Chair, this one, the Class 2 system, and the next one on color are two, I really thought are a no-brainer amendments and changes. Really, what this speaks of is you don't see it much anymore, but a Class 2 system where you have in the stairwell or in the hallways, actually they're in the hallways, where you see those fire hoses and nozzles, that those are intended to be used for trained personnel. They're not intended to be used by citizens fighting a fire. We want the citizens to leave when the alarm goes off, leave the building and get out. The last thing we want as fire officials and firefighters is to see people pulling that hose, taking the hose and going towards the fire and staying and fight the fire. Same thing with your home. We want you to evacuate your home. We don't want you to bring the garden hose inside. So all this amendment does is adding a label that includes the word fire hose for use by trained personnel. I know that been discussed before, and all it does is add signage consistently with what's already in national NFPA, the requirements of NFPA. So I don't really know why there's an objection to having this language put on these hose racks. So that's my justification for it.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. So I'm going to be voting in opposition to the motion. And the reason why I'm going to be voting in opposition to the motion is because of the definitions of standpipe systems within the statewide fire prevention code. If you look at the definition of a Class 1 system, I'll read it. It says a system providing 2.5 hose connections to water supply for use by the fire department and those trained in handling heavy fire. The same thing is for a Class 3 system. Class 3 system says the system providing 1.5 hose to supply water for building 2.5-inch hose connections to supply a larger volume of water used by fire departments and those trained in handling heavy fires. But a Class 2 system says a system of providing 1.5-inch hose stations to supply water for use primarily by the building occupants or the fire department. So the definition of a Class 2 system is intended for this thing to be used by the occupants. And if we put a sign there saying only by trained officials, which is a Class 1 and a Class 3 system, then we're not in compliant really with what the code prescribes. And so I think if Chief Johnson and the fire services, and I don't have a lot of debate with the concept here, I think they need to revise the definitions first and have that dialogue, and then add in the language with regards to training of any personnel using these systems. So that was my opposition in the genesis for my commentary during the work groups.
I think, Mr. Chair, any new Class 2 system has to be approved with accordance with NFPA 14. So it would be required to have that language anyway from NFPA 14. So really, we're just complying with what NFPA would require moving forward. So.
Okay.
Again, I don't know that this is a really big deal. We certainly don't want our citizens using this hose lines to fight fire, and I don't know what else to add.
Understood. Any further questions or discussion?
Brett, if I could ask a question of Cindy, I just want to know if staff has a position on this.
We do not.
Any other questions or discussion? Take that as a no. Let's go to a vote. This vote is for the motion, which was to approve the regulation adding the language fire hose for use by trained personnel.
Mr. Abbasi.
I'm going to abstain from this one.
Mr. Farrell.
I'm voting in opposition of the motion, nay.
Mr. Maringoff.
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Garber.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Little.
Yes.
Chair. One moment, Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the motion failed.
Okay. So then do we go to, do we motion to disapprove or do we move on? I'm asking staff.
I have a question. This is Sean. I have a question for Kyle. How did that fail?
Yeah.
believe it needs a majority to pass.
Well,
3-1, 3-1 majority,
Yeah,
right?
how many aye did you have and how many nay? And I know there were 2 abstentions, but can you just give us those numbers?
3 ayes, 2 abstentions, and 1 no vote.
that passes in my book. I don't know.
Kyle, you're saying it did not pass because it's 3 out of 6. That's not majority.
Correct.
Well, how is this is Steve, how is an abstention different than a no? Sorry.
Right, would it be 3 out of 4 then? I think that's what you're saying, Mr. Johnson, correct?
Yes, yes. The abstentions do not count towards the vote. If you're abstaining, my Robert's Rules of Order.
This is Sean. I concur with Chief.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would think it would be 3-1 with 2 abstentions, but do we need an Attorney General's opinion on this? Or is this...
It depends on what the committee's rules for itself are, what the board's rules for itself are, whether a plurality or a majority. You actually need a majority, and I don't know what your bylaws may do or do not say.
Mr. Chairman, if I could suggest a pause until staff has an opportunity to check the bylaws based on that recommendation from the Attorney General.
Okay, yeah, let's, do you want a motion for a 5-minute break?
Unless you want to go on to the next one and we can come back. I mean.
Oh, that could work.
Well, I think we need Kyle. I don't know. We're losing him for a few minutes.
Okay.
Give it 5 minutes. That's fine. I motion for a 5-minute break. I don't know if you need a motion on that, but I think you could probably ask for a 5-minute break.
Okay. Okay, so let's, or I'll second that. Let's pause for 5 minutes. We will. It is 1:21. We'll come back at 1:26. Okay, it's 1:26. I'm going to call the meeting for the statewide Fire Prevention Code Development Committee back. Kyle, are you there? Have you come to a conclusion? Did it pass or fail, the motion?
Mr. Chair, this is Eric. If you could just give him a couple more minutes, I apologize. We just want to make sure we get this right.
No problem. Thank you. Sorry. Oops. Kyle?
Yes.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Okay. Thank you for pausing to make sure we got that right. Okay. So now that brings us to item 907.4.2.3, color, unless otherwise approved by the applicable building code manual, fire alarm boxes shall be in red in color.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion for approval. I really hope this isn't as long as the other ones. I'll make a motion before we have discussion. Sorry.
Okay. Is there a second for approval?
Ernie will second.
Great.
And, so I think if I'm not mistaken, the USBC has always required these pull boxes. I think we know what we're talking about. The pull boxes you see in any commercial building, apartment building. Quite frankly, I'm amazed that I've never, in 38 years of the fire service, I've never seen another color other than red. So I actually thought it was red in both the fire and building code, but apparently it's not. So I would just, again, restore the requirement that manual pull stations need to be red throughout the USBC, and manual fire alarm boxes have been required to be red. So just asking for this to be restored to make the USBC and the fire code the same. Unless I'm missing something, I don't know that it's that detailed.
Right.
And I can add, this is Ernie, I've done research in both the BOCA and the ICC codes. I found that this came into the code in 1972 in the Commonwealth as a part of a supplement to the 1970 BOCA. So that's where it came into the building code. As far as NFPA 13 goes, it's been an NFPA 13 for back into the 50s. Basically, the only time that a pull box cannot be read if it's on a red wall, and it comes out of NFPA 13, and from the building code saying it had to be read from 1972. 13 is always allowed for the contrasting color in the event of a red wall, so we don't have anything that's red that would not have a code box that couldn't see. So I think this could move forward based on the fact that it's been in the building code and the fire codes pre-USB-C and goes back to the 1950s. And the reason it's red is it's an emergency box. We want to differentiate that from light switches and everything else that might be out there. And I'll stand on that.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Sean.
Okay, good. So yeah, if you guys have traced this back to the early inception or adoption of the Uniform Statewide Building Code, we're all in favor of it.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, let's go to a vote.
And we're voting on approving this coming back in as a consensus item. I'm just checking.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion is for approval as submitted, right?
Wait. Sorry, Cindy, you're on mute. This is to approve to pass the regulation.
Great.
So
yes,
it is a non-consensus item already. So we either have to approve or disapprove.
I just want to make sure that if I vote aye, I just want to make sure that it's going into the code and not being.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. It's very confusing.
So so on the spreadsheet, we have VFSB proposal, that column. Unless otherwise approved by the applicable building code, manual fire alarm boxes shall be maintained red in color. That's the language that we are
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, go to the vote.
Mr. Abbasi,
Approved.
Mr. Farrell,
aye.
Mr. Maringoff,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Little,
Aye.
Mr. Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Great, thank you. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. I just lost my place. Okay. I'm sorry. I was just gonna try to speed us up, and now I've lost my place. Okay, next one is 912.2 location. I'll read the proposal quickly. With respect to hydrants, driveways, buildings, and landscaping, fire department connections shall remain located in accordance with the applicable building code so that fire apparatus and hose connected to supply systems will not obstruct access to the building for other fire apparatus.
This is Keith. I'd make a motion to approve. Approve this. I'll wait for a second for.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
So there's no objection that there's certainly the building code and the building official approves where the location of the fire department standpipes for again, I don't want to insult your intelligence, but these are the hookups on the outside of a building that the fire department needs to hook their hose to get water into the building if it so has required to have one. So nothing's being changed with the building code or the building code officials. But basically it allows that these devices, these fire department connections can't block the access road with the hoses. So they can't move the connection and that they should not block the fire access roads. Because if we block the access roads, then the apparatus can't get in. So it specifies that the FDC must be located so that vehicles and hose lines will not interfere with access to the building for use of other fire department apparatus. And we see this quite often when folks try to block access roads. Obviously, if they lay the hoses across the roadways, they can't get in. So I think it just clarifies that that they cannot block the fire access road, which is a predetermined access road. It's not something that's made up by the fire official. It's on the plans that these are fire access roads so that fire ground operations can continue. So it really allows the fire official to have input into the not blocking the roadways.
Thank you for clarifying. So we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second from the committee?
Ernie will second.
I'm sorry. I thought they...
Further discussion?
Yeah, this is Sean. I'm going to be voting against the motion to approve. The BBCOA team is certainly okay with the first part of the sentence structure where we're maintaining compliance with the installation of the FDC, with the applicable building code. But the second part of this sentence modifies the first, and it modifies it such that maybe not all USBC additions prohibited blocking access. And there may be some situations out there, existing situations, that could be deemed non-compliant if we approve this. So for that reason, I'm going to be voting in opposition to the motion because we potentially have existing situations where tapping into the FDC would stream a hose across the sidewalk that provides access to this building. And so we could be retroactively making current compliant situations non-compliant.
Just my response to that would be, I think I agree with Sean that, but I don't think the second part of that sentence does what he's saying it will do. As long as we have in accordance with the applicable building code, it's just the second part of the sentence is clarifying that, so that fire department apparatus. So I think it's a clarifying statement. Again, no one would expect that you're going to come in and move the FDC based on a new building code. So I don't see it the same way. We agree. I think Sean and I are agreeing with the same thing, that the applicable building code. We just don't want those FDCs moved. In the, a new owner come in, they could actually move that location. We obviously don't want that. We want to stay with the applicable building code. I think the second part is just a clarifying statement. So.
Another issue to think about in discussion is we have several, I'm going to call them existing structures that are changing their access going into the building.
Good point.
And, we approved the location of the FDC based upon the existing condition. Then they go back and change the street configuration, install a fence, or change something else in the access, which now has changed not the location of the FDC, but it might change the length of hose it takes to get from the FDC to the supporting pumper. Typically, we look at 100 feet maximum from the FDC to the hydrant that's going to supply it in most site plan reviews. And this is something, it's usually a site plan thing, that if they were to change their access road, I doubt, and I'm saying this in my opinion, I don't think a building permit's going to be pulled to change the access road. I think that's going to be a site issue. And I'm not sure the building officials can get involved at that point. That's just my view of reference.
The example would be if you have if you have an entrance to a building complex or your office building, a square office building, and you have an entrance, and somehow you decide to change that entrance for whatever reason, and they change the way you go to the building, then you could change the route that a fire department apparatus would connect to the fire department connection, And if it interferes with that fire access road, we would have hoses along the driveway or the entranceway, and no one would be able to get into the building and get their apparatus in there. So I think we're agreeing. I definitely agree that this is a building issue. It's definitely controlled by the building official. But what we don't want is by changing an entrance or an entrance to a building that it can prohibit the fire department from doing their operation and connecting the hose line. So that's what it's intended to do. It really, I don't, you know, like I said, Sean and I are in agreement that it's a building official's.
Yeah, so if I could just respond, you know, and totally agree with Chief Johnson that the first part of this, you know, the existing configurations need to be maintained in accordance with the applicable building code, which is the code that was in place when it was constructed, modified, altered, and approved. And so, but I do think, and there was, I think, several other stakeholders in the group who felt the same way, that the second piece of this sentence does modify it. If the applicable building code doesn't prohibit what the second sentence is offering, then you are now creating a new violation on an existing current compliant situation. So I would be okay with removing the second part of that sentence and just leaving it with, you know, in compliance with the applicable building code. But the second part of this sentence modifies the first, and that may not be applicable all the way back to the adoption of the Uniform Statewide Building Code. It can be retroactively applied.
Well, I guess if they, again, my point is that if there's no approval process by the building official, if they change an entrance or if they change the site layout of their parking lot, then I don't think that falls under the building official. So what we're saying here is if they do that and the FDC, if the route now changes and the normal way we connect from the hydrant to the fire department pumper, the hydrant to the building, that was obviously approved in the beginning by the building official. Everything's good. If they change that entranceway, there's no requirement for the building official to even get involved in that. And so we're saying that this code change, what we're putting in place, would allow, because it would be obstructing access to the building for fire apparatus. So then it becomes an enforceable provision. Again, if that blocks the end, if those hose lines, if the first truck gets there and lays out the hose to the FDC and blocks the entrance, there's no other hoses getting into the complex. And I'm not sure that that's what we want. Obviously, everybody else would have to be outside and not get close to the building, or take the chance of running over the hose and busting it. So I think that's the option we look at here.
Okay. So any further discussion on this or questions? Right now, the motion and second are to approve. So there is no further discussion, and we would have to go to a vote on that. All right, Kyle, let's vote.
Mr. Abbasi?
I'm going to abstain on this.
Mr. Farrell?
I'm voting against the motion, nay.
Mr. Maringoff?
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Johnson?
Approve.
Mr. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Garber?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. 912.2.1 visible location. Fire department connection shall remain located on the street side of buildings facing approved fire apparatus access roads, fully visible and recognizable from the street, fire apparatus access road, or nearest point of fire department vehicle access, or as otherwise approved by the fire code official and in accordance with the applicable building code. Is there a motion to disapprove or approve?
Ernie, I'll motion to approve.
Is there a second for approval?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, discussion.
Once again, we have fire department connections that are staying on the building, but we have outside conditions that change. We have people that are installing additional shrubbery other obstacles that are happening with the Homeland Security stuff that does not necessarily require building permits. So it's affecting the ability to see the connection. Just on existing buildings, there is a provision related to this that says where you cannot see it, you can put a sign that indicates where that connection is at on existing buildings. So just food for thought.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is Sean. These provisions are going into a code book that addresses existing buildings. It's not the code book that addresses new buildings. All new buildings will comply with these provisions. So again, we're looking at a situation where this code language could be used to determine an existing compliant FCC connection as being non-compliant now. So for that reason, I'll be voting in opposition to the motion.
Any further discussion?
I think this one just, allows a maintenance, allows the fire official, again, we're not changing where the FDCs are or who approves them. Certainly, all great default to the building official, but certainly allows the maintenance enforcement of the building code by the fire official. And because if we can't see the FDCs, we can't operate within them. So it's just basically a maintenance issue with that. So.
Okay. Any further discussion?
And I just wanted to say I looked for the comments on this. There was no comments listed I could find with either of these two, the location or the visible location. So, for the work groups. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to a vote.
Mr. Abbasi.
Approve.
Mr. Farrell.
I'll be voting against the motion. Nay.
Mr. Marion.
Abstain.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes. Approve.
Mr. Little.
Aye.
Mr. Garber.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The next item is 1031.11, emergency supplemental hardware. Emergency supplemental hardware shall be installed in accordance with the applicable building code and shall be maintained in accordance with this code and the manufacturer's instructions. Fire code officials shall be authorized to revoke the use and storage of emergency supplemental hardware within a building for due cause, including the failure to comply with requirements in this code or the applicable building code. Motion to approve or disapprove.
So this is Sean. I'll move to disapprove.
Is there a second? Okay, I'll second the motion for us to go to discussion.
So thank you. So this board, the Board of Housing and Community Development, approved the emergency supplemental hardware provisions for the construction code in the proposed phase of this 2018 cycle, which did include language suggesting the fire official can revoke approval of these systems. However, this is likely superseded by Chapter 1 scoping, and we just talked about it, that building and structures under construction or modification are subject to building official authority and only passed on to the fire official when it's completed. You can recall our testimony on 901.5.1. So additionally, this is problematic as it sets up a scenario where a building official approves this device installation and the very next day the fire official can revoke that approval. In fact, in Virginia, we've had several instances, examples of this happening in the last couple of years. So in order to address this disconnect, proposed language was included in that prior to approval, consultation and notification are required between both officials. Nonetheless, we have a potential disconnect in the code for approval one day and revocation the next if there's differing opinions of the officials involved. And so this is actually going to need to be resolved in the next cycle. The recent appeal cases heard by the State Technical Review Board determined that the fire official cannot revoke approval of the building official. So approving this code change as written would exacerbate that disconnect by carrying revocation authority into the statewide fire prevention code for due cause, which may not be necessarily related to compliance with the applicable building code. Therefore, I think we need to ensure that we're not setting up failure regarding the handoff of newly constructed buildings or modified buildings by the building official to the fire official. I recommend that we disapprove this.
Okay. Further discussion or questions?
I would just ask Keith if he's got an opinion on that.
I think this has nothing. It has nothing to do with the construction. This is about the maintenance. I believe this just brings it in line with the previous approval on the Virginia Construction Code in the fall that we approved, but I'm not 100% certain on that. Yeah, so that's my thoughts. It has nothing to do with it's about the maintenance of it. So, Ernie, do you have any thoughts on it?
Well, Sean, it's about revoking approval of the building official.
Go ahead, Sean. I mean, Ernie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't think there's an intent to interfere with the building official's approval. I do not see this. I don't think it's the intent to be able to have the building official approve it one day and have the fire official revoke it the next day. My thought is that we're trying to get maintenance language into the code that allows us to do something. If we see that these devices are being used improperly, I would hope that they're being stored in some fashion where they're not immediately accessible to the public, so just any John Doe cannot slam one under the door to cause a problem. Certainly in the schools, we know we have kids who will do this if they're given the opportunity. I'm just trying to think if there's a way we could change a word here or there to make it such that we wouldn't be appearing to be trying to revoke the building official's approval. And I'm just, on a short case like this, I'm a little bit of a loss for that one right now, Keith.
So this is Sean. If I may, I have an idea.
Yes, go ahead.
So a potential fix to the revocation would be twofold. It would be to replace including the with based on in the last sentence so that it reads, the fire code official shall be authorized to revoke the use and storage of the emergency supplemental hardware within a building for due cause based on failure to comply with the requirements of this code.
I could work with that, I think.
And then, well, I have a second part to it that I think needs to be added because the revocation needs to be rescinded. So if you add a sentence at the end that says, revocation shall be rescinded upon achieving compliance with the requirements of this code and the applicable building code. That way it's not a permanent revocation. And we won't wind up in the appeals board again. So let me repeat that last sentence.
Thank you.
So the last sentence, it would be introducing a new sentence, basically saying revocation shall be rescinded upon achieving compliance with the requirements of this code and the applicable building code. I can repeat that again if needed.
One more time. I'm writing it down. So
Sure. Revocation shall be rescinded upon achieving compliance with the requirements of this code and the applicable building code. So in the last sentence, we replace including the with based on. So we're scoping the limit of the authority to just what's been approved. And then we're adding a sentence to say, if they've complied with what you want, then you need to rescind approval, rescind the revocation.
I think I'm good with that. I don't think I think it doesn't change the intent of the code, so it's code change.
So if you will withdraw your motion, Keith, I'll make a new motion.
I forgot I even made the motion. So yes, I withdraw my motion.
Sean, it was you that made the motion to disapprove.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, I made the motion?
Yeah, Sean motioned,
that's right.
I seconded.
So,
Sean, are you
that's right.
withdrawing?
I will withdraw disapproval for move to approve with intent to modify. If the seconder withdraws, then we can move forward.
I'll second, this is Brett. Any further discussion on that? Okay, let's vote.
What are we voting on? Because I think we just withdrew the first motion.
Yeah.
I don't think we need Sean to at the second.
So okay. Thank you, Mr. Abbasi. So this is Sean. I will move to approve with intent to modify. If I get a second, I'll state the modification.
But you withdrew the first motion of disapproval, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you, Mr. Abbasi?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, great.
So the modification is, in the last sentence, replace including the with based on, and add a sentence to the end that says revocation shall be rescinded upon achieving compliance with the requirements of this code and the applicable building code, period.
I'll second that if it hasn't been already.
Great. Discussion? Further? Okay, let's vote.
Mr. Abbasi.
Aye.
Mr. Farrell.
Aye.
Mr. Marinoff.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Little.
Aye.
Mr. Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
On part 4. Moving on to FP 103.2.1 part 5. We'll go through this in a similar manner. First item is 909.
Mr. Chair, can we have just 1 second to catch up?
Sure.
On in the tabs.
Sure, go ahead. Tab 4, pages 11 and 12.
Got it. I'm with you.
It's page 206 in the total PDF document.
Yep. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
So the proposal is to add new text as follows. Again, this is 909.16.3, control action and priorities. Unless otherwise approved by the applicable building code, the firefighters control panel actions shall operate as follows. I'll say, I won't read the whole thing. Do we have a motion to approve the new text or disapprove?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. So you'll note on page 12, there was additional work to this code proposal that was done by the stakeholder groups. And so we were able to achieve consensus on 909.16.3. So if you look on page 12, that 909.16.3 control action and priorities does have consensus approval from the stakeholders. So I will move approval of that section as approved, as submitted on page 12.
And thank you. And just to repeat one more time, you're saying that actually that language is consensus, just so that the committee understands?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Then I'll second that motion.
Now, for clarification purposes, we're only talking about 909.16.3. 916.8 still is non-consensus.
Correct. We're on 909.16.3. Thank you for clarifying. So there's a motion to approve the consensus change and a second. So it's open for discussion.
I'm actually trying to catch up to page 12 with that.
Okay. If you're on the PDF, it's page 207 of the PDF file.
Oh, thank you.
So I can just read it for you real quick, Keith. It says, after the September 1st. Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you. I had missed this one on consensus, so I'm good if it's on consensus. I'm good with the consensus item then.
Okay. Any further discussion or question? Okay, let's go to a vote.
Mr. Abbasi.
Affirmative.
Mr. Farrell.
Aye.
Mr. Maringoff.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Approved. Yes, aye.
Mr. Little.
Aye.
Mr. Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Kyle. Okay, on to the next item, 916.8 system activation. This is non-consensus, just to be clear. Unless otherwise, system activation, unless otherwise required by the applicable code, a gas detection alarm shall be initiated where any sensor detects a concentration of gas exceeding the following thresholds, and they're listed below. Again, this is page 207 of the PDF, same page. Page 12 of tab 4.
So this is Sean. I'll move disapproval.
Okay. I'll second that for discussion. Floor is open.
So in our stakeholder work groups, we removed the technical and prescriptive 25% LFL lower flammability limits in many sections because we cannot trace that back to the inception of the building code. So this has retroactive application if the applicable building code doesn't permit it. This is disapproving this would be consistent with what we've done in many other sections of code that we just approved.
Hey, any other comments? Discussion? Okay, and then we'll go to a vote for disapproval. Kyle?
Mr. Abbasi.
Affirmative.
Farrell.
Aye.
Maringoff.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
I'm going to vote aye and disapproval. I think this needs to be brought back. And
Mr. Little.
Aye.
And Mr. Garber.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I believe that concludes the items for the statewide fire prevention code development committee. As far as the code change proposals, is there any other? That brings us to unfinished business. Any unfinished business that any of the board members would like to raise?
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. I think we skipped over item 2 for approval of the minutes from the last meeting. We probably need to handle that business.
We did that, right?
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
Did we? Oh, I must have missed it. Sorry.
No problem. Any new business from the board members? Okay. In that case, thank you for bearing through that. The effort is greatly appreciated. Let's take a short 15-minute break because we are running long right now. So I'll move to adjourn for 15 minutes and move to adjourn the statewide fire prevention code development committee meeting. And then let's take a 15-minute break and come back to the open standards committee.
I so motion.
Second.
Okay. Do we need to vote? Everyone?
Voice vote is fine, I think.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Great. All opposed? Abstentions? Okay. We'll break for 15 minutes. So return at 2:23. Thank you.